Welcome, everybody. We are going to be starting here shortly. I'm going to start our 5-minute countdown timer, and then we will begin after that. We are currently live on Facebook, Rumble, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and now Telegram. All the links are in the descriptions, folks. And we also have a Bonfire store. We'll be putting that on after the countdown and doing that intro sequence, and then we'll begin after that. All right, folks, welcome to the Sacred Lovisa Podcast. We have a very special show for you today. We have a young woman by the name of Crystal who's going to share her story with us. And then in the second hour, we're going to have updates from guests we previously had on. Dottie's going to give us some updates on her case. And then in the third hour, we are going to do CCSD corruption updates for the Las Vegas Clark County School District Board of Trustees corruption that's going on. We covered that last Thursday, and we did an article that we're going to be going over in the last segment as we cover that. So with that being said, let me put together our little intro, or let me get that started for you, for our viewers. But go ahead and if you want to come on camera, Dottie and Crystal, after the intro sequence, we can get right to it. All right, let me share my screen, and then we'll play that sequence, and then we can begin.
Ah, the government. It loves you and wants to keep you safe and well. It even wants to make paying taxes, fines, and court costs easier for you. How? Well, you'll need to meet your straw man. He was born the same day you were. He looks like you, has the same name, and lives in your house, but you never knew he existed. You will have even paid his parking tickets or taxes. The worst part? He's been dead from day one. From every birth certificate, a legal personality, or legal fiction, is created with the same name to confuse little old you into thinking it's you. So, there's a human you and a paper you, or as it's commonly known, a straw man. So when it seems like government officials, court clerks, or the police are speaking English, they aren't. They're speaking legalese, designed to make you agree to verbal and written contracts without even knowing about it, all spun from Black's Law Dictionary. For example, when the police say, "Do you understand?" you'll say, "Yes." What they are really saying is, "Do you stand under our authority?" Oops-a-daisy, you just created a verbal contract with them. Oh, you clever government. Did you know that whenever you register something, you are handing over title to the person you register it with? That's right. Whenever you register something with the government, they assume it belongs to them. Registered your car? Super! Now you are the registered keeper of your vehicle, and the government can crush it when you don't pay your, straw man's taxes. Expecting a new bundle of joy? Well, then you need to register your little darling with a birth certificate. Then they can start the process all over again and create a new straw man for your little one. Isn't that great? So when Junior grows up, he'll be able to generate revenue just like you have. When you notify on your baby by signing the birth certificate, your child becomes a ward of state. And if the government doesn't like what you're doing, they'll assume it's okay to take the child away or make new rules for things they don't like. Not enough school? Smacking your child? Shouting too loudly? Then it's off to social services for the little one. When you get a bill, it's sent to you, but belongs to your straw man, not you. That's why bills, fines, and summons start with Mr., Mrs., or Ms. Sometimes you'll see your surname in capitals, just like on a gravestone. That's because your straw man is dead, and just a silly piece of paper, created before you could comprehend or even consent to it. When you go to court, you represent your straw man, so you, the human, take on any costs, fees, taxes, and fines involved for the straw man. The human you doesn't even need to pay them. But you made a contract with the court by appearing on behalf of your legal personality or straw man, just like the government knew you would. Confused? Well, don't worry. The government doesn't want you to know anyway. If you knew, you'd stop paying things like council tax and parking tickets. Because when you go to court, you are representing your straw man. You are you, alive and made of flesh and blood. Your straw man or legal personality is a piece of paper created from your birth certificate. And you think it's you. What a silly Billy. Would you like to know more? Well, then go over to tpuc.org. Get up, get informed, and get real.
All right, folks, welcome. I just want to say what a phenomenal job you did putting that new Bonfire promo together, Dottie. You did a great job on that. I think that's our best one yet. So I wanted to say that, and then I wanted to remind our viewers, everything that's made from the Bonfire goes directly to the Lovisas, the CPS and family court corruption. Lovisa is the one that's been affected by this corruption, and so that goes all that goes to them for anything they may need, legal fees, expenses, whatever. So show your support, people, because we don't profit on that at all. That goes only to the victims, and Dottie handles that. So as she's a victim herself, well, I don't like to use the word victim. We use Lovisa which means loud warrior. So that's kind of where the name comes from, folks. But what's the language, real quick, Dottie, for our viewers?
Like High German.
Cool. All right. Yeah, I like that. Sacred Lovisa, sacred loud warrior. So with that being said, why don't you introduce our guest, Dottie, and then let her tell her story.
Well, this is Crystal. I've recently met her on the TikTok app. She was posting videos about parent alienation, and I don't know, resonated with her. She just seemed like somebody I could talk to. We communicated a little bit, and I asked her if she wanted to come on because of her content. I think she does an excellent job explaining it and like connecting with her and what she's saying. I don't know how people that haven't been through it are connecting with you, but myself being, going through this, I was able to connect with everything that you were saying, and it seemed like I wasn't alone. You know what I mean? Like there was somebody else out there that knew like the stuff that you go through when this stuff is happening to you.
Yeah,
So
there's a lot of people out there, and it is one of those things that unless you've been through it, your mind can't wrap around it.
exactly. Well, even going through it, my mind anyway, has a hard time wrapping around it.
Yeah, so it's hard to articulate it. That's why I always try to push everyone to go and research Dr. Childress and his work, and Amy Baker and her work. There's even Karen Woodall. There's a lot of information out there if you want to research it.
Yeah, well, I've done some research on it. I know. My struggle with it is my daughter's out of state, so I don't know exactly how to start breaking that when she's so far away, like.
Unfortunately, the only recourse for parental alienation syndrome is to get the child away from the alienating parent and to stop contact with that parent until the child is starting or is realigned with the loving parent.
Yeah, see, there's no way. I tried doing that, and you know how our court system is set up, and so
The court system makes it impossible.
yeah, well,
And they're hurting our kids.
they were really against me, to say the least. So there, I ended up losing her altogether, and well, not like losing her like my rights, but the sole legal and physical custody was given to him.
I understand.
No visitations, like just like 1 hour a month of some like therapeutic counseling of some sort, and there was only one guy in the whole country that could see us, and I was like, no, I'm not even.
Yeah.
No, I mean, she's 16 already, so it's like, can I wait this out? Will it be okay? Will we have a strong enough bond? Because she was older. She was almost 16 when they really finally got her. She was 15 and a half in the courtroom that day when they took her. So I don't know if those 15 years together like made that bond strong enough that once she can get out from under him, because she's stuck. So she ended up at a boarding school, and that boarding school, the way they abuse those girls at the boarding schools, that's continuing on. All the manipulation and all the mind kind of stuff, that's what's going on in her home.
Flying monkeys.
Exactly. I like the app, right? So that was funny. So like, what do you do? How do I help her? There's nothing. I mean, they won't give me access to her. How does somebody get past that?
I think that what you're already doing, like a lot, and I want to be careful what I say, because a lot of people have this common misconception that when a child gets older, they're just going to see the truth. But like my personal story is different, because I was in a domestic violence situation where I physically watched my children in front of me being alienated. And I think that mothers and fathers who are separated from their children, alienation is going on, have a better chance than in situations like I was in, because they're not able to take anything personal about you and twist it and use it against you, because they don't know anything about your life,
Huh.
So that's actually a hopeful thing. And maybe
that way.
Huh?
They did that. I didn't find it to be that way. They did that. Whatever they said, they ran
No, I
with.
mean, right now.
Oh, right now that they have
Yeah.
her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were saying like during court, during that time.
No, God, no. No.
I didn't
Yeah,
find that
no.
to be the case. No,
No, I mean, right now they're not able to say, like, unless let's say you got arrested for jaywalking, unless they went and looked that up, then they could take that and run with it. But like, they're not in your everyday life right now. So they're not able to take the little things about you and manipulate your child's reality with them.
No, I was just arrested for allegedly threatening the judge, not jaywalking.
Yeah, I remember you. Yeah.
So that's what happened before.
That was during
trial.
the court process. That was during the court process, right?
Well, this last
you were fighting for her.
Yeah. So that case, I had both those cases pending in the courts at the same time. The criminal court case is still pending. We finished up the family court case where they gave him sole legal and physical custody after no reason.
It's like they don't want to clean up their own mess.
He weaponized it's like a weapon. He used it like a weapon.
Yeah. Yes.
They were definitely colluding and all paid off and all on one team, and it was everybody against me, all the way from everybody, the clerks, everybody.
Everybody is used as the flying monkey, and people talk, and the guardian ad litem, all of that, and they paint you as this villain, even though you're jumping through hoops to do whatever you need to do, and it just doesn't seem to work, because once they get into your child's brain and they distort the reality of your child, and that child learns, that children want their parents' affection, they want their parents' love, they want to be validated by the parent. Well, with parental alienation syndrome, the parent is usually a narcissistic parent, and they're not going to give that child any of those things that child is yearning for and needing, unless that it hurts you somehow. So that child learns that, and eventually it starts out as it's a survival thing in the child itself, but they're essentially teaching that child to hate themselves, because anything that is about the targeted parent, the child is taught that anything is bad, all of it's negative. Well, that child has attributes of that targeted parent themselves. So that child looks within themselves and they see those things. Well, I'm like mom, or I'm like dad, like this. And they start to hate themselves. But okay, so y'all said about my story, and the information that you see, which is why I love Dr. Childress's stuff, because he talks about how parental alienation, the terminology, is hurting parents in court. It's a made up thing, is what they're saying. But the impact of it is not a made up thing. He's going back to Gardner's information, and it's something to do with people saying, or it was usually against, originally when it came out, if I remember correctly, and I don't want to give the wrong information here, but Dr. Gardner would say, like whenever a child would say, oh, my dad molested me, that was a parental alienation syndrome. But it goes, it goes so much deeper than that, though. But in my case,
kids don't,
and you guys know, and you guys do a CPS like family court podcast, right? So whenever you've got a CPS case, those workers, that investigator comes out, they get these allegations, they come out and they knock on the door. If you've got parentally alienated children already, and it's usually in domestic violence homes where the children are weaponized and used as abuse by proxy, and you got CPS, they knock on the door, that child is aligned with that narcissist parent, and they're going to say whatever they were coached to say, or they're going to parrot things that they've heard. And there's this thing called independent thinker phenomenon, where this child thinks that it's actually coming from them, but it's all of these things that the narcissist and the family of the narcissist have put in this child's head. And I'm sorry, I'm just really nervous. And I told you I got ADHD, PTSD brain, so it's hard to get everything out. But
you're doing great.
So you have, and the court system isn't. Are you here? There you are. The court system or the investigator is not gonna, like, who they're gonna listen to the child.
You would think.
And they see this child having pure hate for this parent, and what's going through their mind is, this child hates his parent. This parent must have really done some fucked up shit. Oh wait, can I cuss?
Yeah.
This parent must have really done some
allowed.
messed up stuff. And so what they don't realize though is abused children don't hate their parents. Parentally alienated children do.
Yeah.
So
they just want that love, even if it's in a negative way, that attention, where they feel love from the parent, they'll take that even. And people, I don't think people think of that just off the bat, that these kids that are turning on parents, there's something going on, because this isn't normal. I just don't understand how the world got so flipped upside down, and it just seems like everything's that way. You would think that people just know that this isn't normal stuff, and that this should, we shouldn't allow this stuff to happen. You know what I mean?
That's one thing I always struggled with is, like, I would think back, okay, now when my children were growing up, not when they were really young, but I grew up with a mom that was really abusive, and she screamed at me all the time. I've yelled at my children. I didn't do it to the extent my mom did, but my biggest thing that I think from me that was abuse with my children is I did yell at my children, and I would give anything with the knowledge I have now to go back and not yell at my children and handle things differently. But the times that I yelled at my children were when my children were being parentally alienated from me. I didn't yell at them when they were little. This all happened during the alienation stuff, and it was my response to my child hating me. But I used to wonder, like, my eldest daughter, she's made up some really horrible lies, really fucking horrible lies. And I first seen I first seen the lies in 2011, I believe, when my children were removed by DCF. And that my eldest daughter was completely aligned with her father, and I was leaving him. Well, when I said that I was leaving him, and I told the kids, and I knew what was happening. I knew it, and I knew how it was affecting the kids, and I knew I had to get my daughter away from my husband.
Yeah.
So I told the kids, pack your stuff because we are leaving tomorrow. I mean, I was being beat daily. He was really abusive, and he even had my oldest daughter doing his work for him. So she immediately called his family, and I could hear her talking. I even heard her mention DCF, which is what we call it in Florida. And the next day, they come, they drug test me. I passed the drug test, but yet they still take my children. All these crazy allegations were made on me. And while she was with his family, and so that made it where I couldn't leave. I was going to leave and go to Georgia with my mom. But while she was with his family, we had a laptop. And every week with visitation, I'd take her the laptop, and all our visits were supervised, and I had to pay money to see her. Meanwhile, he's sitting outside of the visit. He doesn't even go to see him. Like, he chooses to not see the kids, and that hurts the kids so much. Like, and they constantly ask, why won't dad come in? Like, he truly didn't care about the kids. All of this was a way to gain control and hurt me, because he couldn't get to me the way he used to get to me. I was like breaking free of that mindset.
Right. They don't like when you do that.
No. So I got the laptop back from her one weekend. I go to open it up, and I can't remember the exact words. She started it out with the truth. But then it was a conversation she was having with somebody on Facebook. But then she starts coming up with some crazy stuff, like saying my mom did heroin. My mom used to have me go across the county to get her drugs, all kinds of stuff that just, when I read this, if I was reading this about another mother, I would literally want to go and put my hands around that woman's throat and choke the shit out of her, because who could do such a thing to a child? But this was my child talking
Right.
about me, and my heart just ripped. And it was my first sign there's something seriously wrong with my daughter. And I had already had the guardian ad litem against me. The guardian ad litem was best friends with my husband's sister-in-law. And that's where my children were, with his brother and sister-in-law. And he was in on all of it. I was the scapegoat. So I took it to the next court date, and I handed it to her, and I'm pleading with her, look, this isn't like, I'm scared to hand it to her. One, it's like I'm giving her evidence against me, but I don't know what else to do. So I just need to do what I need to do for my child, you know? And I'm like, look, this is what my daughter said about me. Whether it's true or not, she needs help. Please, she needs help, you know? But that's when I came across some information later, when they first started putting it out on the internet about parental alienation syndrome. And I seen this list of mild, moderate, and severe. And I'm reading the severe, and I realize my daughter's gone. I've lost her. She might physically be there, but she's gone. And he ended up one by one doing that to each of the children, but my youngest held on the longest. And as a result of that, my youngest has mental health issues, because she fought that mind programming so hard for so long. But eventually it's a survival. They've got to survive. I don't hear you.
That's what I've had to come up to the conclusion is, because, you know, my daughter has stated in the past that she would fake it to make it while she was there, you know? So, but he would do a lot of things since she was really young. So when she first started going to see him, because when we split, he walked out, he left state, you know, so she went like a whole year without seeing him you know, after we split. So that second year she went that summer. So it was a little over a year when she finally seen him. And when she come back, she was saying that this wasn't her home, that her home was there in Arizona. And then like this next summer she come back, she wouldn't eat, she wouldn't hug me. Was saying
it blows my mind. I'm not trying to interrupt you, but it blows my mind how quick it happens. It's like a flash. It's like, how can you gain control of a child's mind so quick?
Yeah, and it would hurt my feelings, and it would make me so upset, you know. I'm like,
and
what?
She had no,
but you know,
she had no remorse, right?
But what I noticed was when she got home, 1 week, it would take about a week, and 1 week we were back, you know.
Because she was away from the alienating parent,
because she was in a totally different atmosphere with like these narcissists. Both of them are narcissistic.
And she was safe to love you.
She felt safe to be herself.
Exactly.
She was loud and vocal about this all through the trial. Like, this was well known in my case when we were going to trial. They took her and put her in that boarding school, and that was it. That's where they got her. They got in her head there. I don't know if you've seen the videos, but they treat the girl, they would treat them inhumane.
It's on the Sacred Lovisa YouTube.
No, they're so when my daughter,
the videos.
They're on TikTok. Videos. I hired a private investigator. They
go look at
her in this boarding school. And when I started looking into the boarding school just happened to have a class action lawsuit against them for child laboring and trafficking. And I was like, don't this beat all? Really? Are you serious? So, and I had a private investigator find her because the courts wouldn't tell me where she was. The judges, the GALs, the doctors, her dad, his wife, nobody would tell me where she was. So I went like 10 months without even knowing where she was and now I only know she's in Montana because that's what they tell me. Do I know that she's in Montana? If I talk to her and like can verify that she's in Montana, I can't verify that. That's not been verified. I've been told, but it's never been verified that that's truly where she is. You know, I just have to believe that she's going to school and that, that she's there and that she's safe and that everything's okay. That's a lot. And I can't leave town to go find out because I'm out on bond. and they won't let me leave state. It was a setup. They were setting me up because I was blowing the whistle on their child trafficking ring, and they retaliated against me because I had been recording them for like 4 years, and I have everything you would need.
Yeah, the whistleblowers to take them down.
I went to the press. I got a journalist to write a story that led to another story that led to this video that led to this podcast, and me just constantly speaking out, because if I go down with this, everybody, all the parents in St. Louis County, because I stood up, and if you're going to stand up like I stood up and they still take me down, that's going to be a problem for all the parents after that, because you're not going to have a chance.
And it's people like you that they try to paint us crazy.
Oh, yes,
because they know you're a threat.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Right. And so as much as if this criminal case goes bad for me, man, like I didn't break through the family court, but the way to do it is through this criminal case, because it's the judge that has charges against me.
Is there did you start like a petition? Maybe there's something that a lot of people can sign. I don't even know if it'll work. But to get the charges against you dropped.
She's my accuser. And so with her being my accuser, I get to face my accuser. That's law. Like you get to face your accuser, and they have to put facts upon the record. She's not put any facts upon the record that she signed her name to. The cops that took her police report are the only ones that put any facts upon
the bogus. Her case is there's no
right.
case.
They're the only ones that put any kind of facts or supposed facts, because they're not facts, they're hearsay. So she has to put her testimony on the record. The judge has to. I get to like face my accuser. So that means she would have to go on the stand, because they couldn't scare me into getting a lawyer, because a lawyer would have just been a handler, because they all work in this cabal together.
Yeah, especially in the same county.
Shut me up, but I didn't do that. So what they tried to do was they tried to join her a lawyer to me through the back door. They tried to come through the back door on me, and this guy filed on my case. This attorney filed on my case because the judge asked him to. I never hired him, so this creates issues when it comes to that. Like I can't file when there's a lawyer on the case. So like if he's sitting on my case, that keeps me from being able to file like a dismiss, a motion.
Because they want your lawyer to do it?
I don't have a lawyer.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. They want your lawyer to file, and you don't
right,
have
because
one,
they can just handle me.
File.
Right, they can just handle me and do what they want, and never put the judge on the stand. That's the point. They don't want her on the stand, because their motive to even prove that I was threatening her, you have to talk about the child trafficking that's going on in this court system. They're trafficking tons of kids. They're laundering money.
All of that is coming to light now. Everything that was in the dark for so long is now
coming to a head, and they keep pushing it off. Like they're afraid to have court at this point.
Because everybody that's been involved is going to be unearthed. I think didn't it all start with this Jeffrey Epstein? Mm-hmm. Like with the higher ups and all the sex trafficking, all of that is coming to light now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like
you're a bullet. You are a bullet.
All that shit happens up here, and it trickles down. And I was telling people, all that trickles downhill. Shit rolls downhill. Whose kids do you think they're taking? These 800,000 kids a year. Whose kids? They're not their kids. It's our kids. It's our backyard. Exactly. They're in. It's the American people's backyard, not anybody else's backyard. They're not in their own. So that's why people really need to I think one of our biggest problems is the children, the way they have gone after our kids. I mean, this is a war on not only our spiritual war, but this is a war on our children and our elderly. Yeah. That's another one. They go after the weak ones, and then go,
the defenseless
food, right? Going into winter, make all these food shortages. So we're weak. We're not getting the sun. So we're not getting the prana, the light, that our bodies need from the sun in the winter. And then you're not going to get any you're going to be malnutrition, because you're not going to get any decent food, because they're putting all this shit in it,
Yeah.
And they're feeding us people.
If we were, I talked to you guys yesterday about me going to Nigeria. And when I talked to Isaac about that, they have malaria in Nigeria.
Yeah.
We over here in America, we think of malaria as this huge deal. And if we were to catch it, we would get sick and a lot of us possibly die. But in Nigeria, they don't have processed foods or anything like that. And their bodies have the natural immunity. So to them, it's literally like having a cold. To us, we have to take pills because if we catch it, our bodies cannot handle it. We are weak. Americans are physically and honestly,
done on purpose.
98% of Americans are mentally weak in following this programming.
I'd say about 98% of them are probably mentally ill too because of what they do. They create a lot of that.
Yeah, the food alone creates, the processed food alone creates depression.
The what?
The chemicals that they put in the food and how they process the food alone.
Like the red dye stuff, like that gives autism, whatever. I don't know. I don't studying on that, but I know
here's another thing I thought of. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
I don't want to lose it. But I had this like epiphany one day, and I used to always, we're all energy, and it's been proven that energy travels. Like when we have thoughts, they travel.
Yeah, and if you don't take them up on them, somebody else will take your thoughts.
You have, so animals have energy too.
Mm-hmm.
So there's this thing in the Gospel of Thomas, which is a part of the Nag Hammadi, not the Bible. But it says something about if a lion eats a man, the lion becomes human and all that. And I always wondered about what that meant. And one day I had like this epiphany. So when we consume, we have these chickens, you got 6 chickens in a I think they call it a battery cage. Yeah, and they're forced to grow 6 weeks, where if they were left alone naturally, they wouldn't. Okay.
Right.
You got to think the energy alone of that chicken. So when we eat that chicken, that energy, that's part of the spiritual attack that you were talking about.
Right. Well, because the chicken is a cross between, I want to say, a vulture and some kind of some kind of bird in Africa.
It's not even about that part for me. For me, it's about
it is about that
it
too,
and them living a miserable life.
And now you're eating what that vulture ate, and they eat anything. They don't care what they eat. So
so that's energy traveling.
Right. And so you're taking all that in, just like the pigs we eat. They have taken wild pig and human DNA, and that's the little pink pig we get today that we eat our bacon and stuff from. We might as well just be eating our each other ourselves.
Okay,
like that is.
But like, I'm speaking from a different aspect of it. Okay, so like that pig, you go to an American place where they're, where they grow these pigs and they slaughter them. These pigs don't have the natural life that they would have, like if they were raised on a farm. And the energy of that pig is going to be different than the energy of a pig who is on a farm living a normal life, and when we eat that pig that comes from that American processing plant or wherever, where they raise them to harvest them, and we eat that affects us. Exactly.
Yep. It lowers everything. Plus you're eating,
and when you have a lower frequency, you get things like cancer, you get mental health illnesses.
Eating human DNA things, man. You can't be like spicing shit with human DNA and then eating it.
No, they're turning us into cannibals.
You can't do that. I didn't know this about the little pink pig that they have on the little package that's what it was. I didn't know this. But I was already.
I didn't know that either. I'll have to go research it.
Because I naturally stopped eating meat just out of nowhere. And then it became even harder because I don't know.
What gets me is people out there putting down hunters who go out into the wild and hunt for food. And like they are just savagely attacking these people, but yet they're going to the supermarket and buying the kind of stuff that we just talked about.
Right.
That hunter is not making that animal suffer. That hunter is ending that animal's life immediately. So that animal had a decent, normal life as it was supposed to, versus what you have in human farms. Not the American farms, but I mean like the places I was just talking about, not like your grandma and grandpa have a pig.
Right. No, I know what you mean. Those
And
places
people
go
are just savagely attacking these hunters. And the hunters, I would rather eat meat killed from a hunter than I would bought from a grocery store. And it's like, how the hell are you going to complain when you are going? Do you not think that that food didn't come from a real animal, and that animal suffered its whole life so that you could eat it?
Right. No,
So
I know. That's why I just want to learn how to take all
who's
the
the evil
prana in.
person here? It's not the hunter.
Well, I just want to learn how to take all the prana in, so I just have, live by light and not have to worry about eating energy like that or being fed human. It's like we're going through green Soylent right now, or Soylent Green. You ever seen that movie?
I think when we pray over, people say pray and they pray to God or whatever. I think actually what we're supposed to do is thank that animal.
And
Thank you for your sacrifice. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That energy is you're giving thanks for that.
But nobody tells you that. They just tell you to, pray for dinner. They don't tell you all of that. Like, you have to really go down some windy roads to find that stuff, to have that information.
Yeah. Well, religion is just another form of control.
Yeah.
Religion is just another form of oppression. And the original government started out as like the priests being the heads, like they were the government. And then we were supposed to separate church and state, but now we're going back into uniting those two things, and that's not good.
Oh, Jen, you want to hop on for a minute? What was it that we learned about the Queen the other day?
Oh, she was an evil bitch.
Well, that too. That she when they sworn her in, or I don't remember what the term was, that there was no stone of destiny.
It was the wrong stone.
It was the wrong stone, and so she's a fraud. She was never ever queen. So all
the jurisdiction that's been under her ruling should be like null.
They're all across the board, across the world, because all of the attorneys take their oath with the British accredited registry.
And that all goes to the queen.
Yes, and so she was never queen. There was never, instead was given by the queen. Yep.
Oh, and what else?
I'm sure you already know about what she did to those indigenous kids in Canada, don't you?
Oh, she killed a lot of those kids.
Yes.
Yeah.
She did. She was not who everybody thought she was. So when she took her,
I've known this for a long time.
Yeah.
But listen, I wanted to bring something up, and obviously it's on the parental alienation. Years ago, I had a dream, and I just thought about this tonight because you guys were talking about COVID, and then there's a couple other people on something else that are talking about the 5G. And I don't know why it came to me. I honestly got, when I had this dream in 2012, it was the most surrealist dream I've ever had. And that dream, I've seen that dream as like a prophecy after the fact, because like that dream always stuck with me. But as time went on, bits and pieces went out. But I don't want to tell the dream here, but like it was just crazy. But well, I'll tell the dream. So this dream led me to going on, because the stuff that would happen in this dream I had never seen on any TV. Like I don't ever watch TV. I didn't see this stuff anywhere. So this dream made no sense. But it started where we were in this like army type of vehicle where there was no roof on the top, and there was two of them. I know where we were in the dream too, but it was like we were in a 4-lane highway and they were going the same direction as us, but they were a little bit, catty corner to us. And someone in the truck threw something into the vehicle that I was in. And the whole time, the feeling that I got in this dream was an ominous feeling. And I threw whatever it was back at that person. And I don't know what it was, but it was almost like they threw it at me to track. It was a tracking thing. So another weird part of this dream, and the part that really disturbed me, was, okay, so there were like these people on motorcycles, dirt bikes, whatever, 4-wheelers, And the whole goal, and like they had been trained for it, was to put themselves and these ATVs or whatever you want to, whatever I think they're ATVs, onto this vehicle without, like, all them and the vehicle as it's going down the road. And some of those people didn't make it. And I remember it was almost like a camera zooming in at one of the people. They didn't make it, and the top of its head, this person's head, like as a vehicle's driving by, hit. And it was just so crazy, like the way it was like a camera zooming in, and I could see it clearly in this person's face. And then the dream skip sequence to we're in this big outdoor warehouse, and there's this huge TV on a screen. And I don't know what was played, but the second the TV turned off, the other side of the warehouse opened up and people started scrambling. And when they were scrambling, if you had or didn't have something on, I don't know, but it was like the ground was electrocuting these people, and only the people that were wearing something were safe. I can't really remember what part, but I know I was scared, and I seen this single wide trailer surrounded by this fenced yard that I knew I had to get to in order to be safe. Well, I make it to the trailer and people are dying all around me. I think they're being electrocuted by the ground. Honestly, I do. And or something in the air. It was weird. But I'm next part of the dream that I remember is I'm behind a sectional couch and I'm hiding, and there's this little boy sitting, and he looks back at me and smiles, and there's this fireplace or something, and it starts raising up like an elevator, and out comes two guys, and they're holding the arm of this guy in the middle, and he's got blood coming down his nose, and he had just been tortured. So that dream disturbed me so much that that's what led me into learning about MK Ultra and everything, and the HARP and all the stuff that the government and the child trafficking and everything. That dream is what led me to learning all about that. But now you've got people talking about the 5G and the COVID shot. And it just occurred to me today, I wonder if there's something in the COVID shot that makes it so this 5G that everybody is panicking about, that the 5G needs the COVID shot to be able to do its job. So
yeah, and
that's like
goes into with them building the smart cities, that goes in, then that ties into the Ferguson riots that they did here in Missouri and St. Louis, and started the BLM movement. That was really to just tear down buildings that they wanted to tear down, get rid of some of the old, because what they did was start bidding out for a smart city. So and then they get you into where they hook you up, you get the shot, you're hooked to the 5G towers, you're in these smart cities. So now you're hooked up to the Internet of Things. I don't know if you've looked into any of that, but then they have you wired in. I mean, it'll get to a point, if it keeps going this way, to where they will, they could keep you pinned. And
no, I've seen
things.
I've seen the COVID issue separately and the 5G issue separately, and I've never really had a thought on the 5G issue. But then I seen a video today, and I was replying, which had nothing to do with the COVID. It was just 5G, but then it clicked. Holy fuck! Is there something in the COVID? Because like my spirits always told me, don't take the COVID shot.
Well,
is there something in the COVID shot to make the 5G towers work for mass genocide?
Well, it is part of it, and that was part of the lockdown, to put up all these 5G towers. But that they were developed during the Cold War. The 5G towers were. They were
technology for this, yeah.
Yeah, they were developed during the Cold War, and they really can go 100, 200 miles apart. So why they have them on top of each other like they do, one, doesn't make sense. But it's the lower waves, and it's the low waves that come out that are dangerous.
Why are they like in where Isaac lives in Nigeria? I don't think they have 5G towers. Let me Google it. I don't think they have 5G towers in Nigeria. If they do, they're very sporadic, but over there, everybody is made to get the shot. Like they don't even like the average person there doesn't even have Wi-Fi.
That'd be nice.
Only the big businesses. Okay, so they launched. Oh wait, hang on. They're fixing to launch the 5G towers there.
Well, they put one right here next to my, like super close to my house. I hate it. But what they were doing was that their main grid, that like these things, because there's like a power grid. There's out in front of my house, the wiring is really strange and odd, and like there's this big break. It's not normal looking, and they were coming in the middle of the night and putting the 5G up. That's when they were doing it. It was in the middle of the night. They'd be out in front of my house working on these towers, putting that tower up, but working on the normal poles out here in front. So somehow they're connected. I don't know how. I don't know anything. I don't know much about like that end of that kind of stuff, but they're connected. I know that. And when they put them up, that's when my daughter's headaches got really, really bad, and she started losing her hair. She was losing her hair like really bad.
Does your daughter have the COVID shot?
I would have never gave her the COVID shot.
No, does she have it?
I don't know. I haven't talked to her in almost 2 years. I don't know what they've done to her.
I'm just wondering, like, if the 5G is able to affect the people that have the COVID shot.
No, she did not have the COVID shot while she was with me. No, but it's so close. Like, I mean, I can tell a difference with it being.
Yeah, it's putting off radiation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't even like to use the microwave, so. But they're more and more. Like, I started a 5G page, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. I was the only Missouri 5G page that was out on the internet at the time. I don't know. I don't mess with it too much because I've gotten so involved with what was going on with my daughter that I just kind of let the little 5G page. We post to it. We cross post to it, but I started a page because I was looking into that like 5 years ago because I knew what was coming. And then my kid got taken, and that was,
that trumps everything.
Yeah, that trumps everything. So my focus has been on taking down this courthouse and exposing this stuff and, helping people realize what's going on, by sharing the information I have, regardless of what they think of me. It's the information. If you want to take it, take it. If you don't want to take it, don't take it. If it don't resonate, leave it. I mean, I'm not here to push anything on anybody. I just know that I need to not keep my mouth shut. It's never been my way anyway. So
if your spirit's telling you to speak on it, speak on it.
Right. So, well, how do you sit there and watch what's going on, and what's going on, and you know how wrong it is, and you don't say a damn thing? The fuck is wrong with people? That's what I don't understand. I don't get those people. I don't understand how many parents went through these court systems and just, I don't know if they weren't getting loud enough. Like, I mean, I don't understand. Like, did people really make them look that crazy? Because you know wrong from wrong. People know wrong from wrong. So how the hell did they get this tricked by so many people before people had enough?
Unless it fits their agenda, they don't care.
In years. I mean, we're talking years this has been going on. Like, how did it get to that point, to that many kids being taken? I mean, do people really sit down and think about what 800,000 children look like? We're talking football fields full of kids. Where they go, you just don't misplace that many kids. They just don't get misplaced. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? They're feeding us them was one thing.
That kind of reminds me of that book I was telling you guys about with Kathy O'Brien, and how they would, Sonoma, California, that's the name of it, I think. Sonoma, California is where this place is. But there was a lot of kids in that area, and a lot of them, and they were being kidnapped and used for this MK Ultra program.
Well, yeah. Well, if you take the cave system of America, if you take where the cave system lies, and then you take a map of like the missing people and like where people come up missing all the time, and lay that over our cave system, it lines up perfectly. I don't know if you've ever seen the two maps together, but it lines up. They are going underground through our cave systems.
I got so bad
railroad was, down, I'm in Missouri, so we had Underground Railroad. They're using those to traffic kids. They're underground. They go underground too. They use the Mississippi River to traffic kids just as much as they use the highway.
I was so bad. Like, after that dream, I got so bad that I was spiraling down this rabbit hole that I had to actually stop because it was consuming my life, and it was making me feel crazy and like not crazy, but like it was taking over my spirit. So I had to walk away. Like I literally stopped looking into all of that for my own mental health.
Yeah, it gets that way sometimes, you know. One of the reporters asked me, like, you know, what was I going to do? Like, when was I going to stop? I was like, there's no stopping. Not when you've been pushed into the corner I've been pushed in and what's happened to me and my daughter. There's no stopping until this ends.
No, you never stop for your kids.
There's
My
no
children,
stopping.
my children are adults now, and it's made to where educating about PAS is literally my dream and my passion is to change. You know, more people need to be educated to look for the subtle signs, because if a child comes to you talking about ultimate disgust for a parent, you need to know that child needs help.
Right. Well, I just found this. I wanted to share it with you. When my daughter was in court, when we were fighting, before they took her, she wrote the GAL a letter. And this goes back to what you were talking about when you start teaching your children that, you know, like half of them is no good. Like they're, you know, they start to hate part of themselves because they are a part of both of you guys, right? Well, this ties in.
Essentially the parent makes them hate themselves.
Right. And this was my 15-year-old's letter to the GAL. She says, I'm just going to skip down to the last paragraph because it's where she says it. She says, "This is my reason for refusing to go to my dad's. I want you guys to listen to me. No one has been listening to me because besides my mother. I don't understand why you're trying to make her out as a bad mother when all she has done is raise me and love me. She has not influenced me to stay. She has told me to go back, but I broke down and explained it to her. You yourself have claimed I am a good kid, but my mother's the one that has raised me." So she's like, "You've said I'm a good kid. My mom
sounds like your daughter.
How are you vilifying my mother like this when you talk about what you've said about me?" So now they're putting confusion in my daughter's head.
But
that makes,
you know, you should always go back to that letter.
Huh?
Every time you start to doubt, is she going to come home? And when I say come home, I'm not even talking physically. Is she going to come back to you?
Right.
Try to remember that letter, because she's showing that fighting spirit right there.
Well, she fought. She stuck up for herself, and that's what they did to her. She stood up for herself, and they threw her in a mental ward because she stood up.
So it's survival mode at this point.
They
She's just survived.
her.
She's trying to survive.
Now she is, right. Because when she's with me, if she was still with me, she would still have been standing up, but she don't have me. They took that security from her that day when they
took her voice away.
Then they trafficked her cross country to that boarding school. That they messed with those girls. I mean, the one girl with the buddy system where the girl has to carry around the big doll with rocks because they wanted her to shed the burden of her missing her dead mother. And this was, you know, one of their techniques they were using on a girl there.
Are you?
You know, so God only knows what they did to my daughter. This is not my daughter I'm speaking of. This is another girl.
Holy shit.
And this was part of their treatment at this place my daughter got sent to. And I just, like I said, I've been following that lawsuit, those girls. The girl made a video talking about this. She didn't know that I have a daughter that went there, and since she's been there, won't talk to me. My daughter called me the day they were moving there, and she said, "Mom, they're moving me today." I said, "Where are you going?" She's like, they won't let me tell you. I can't tell you. I was like, "All right,
that's literally programming."
Mm-hmm.
That is mind control right there.
I was going to handle this. The phone disconnected. They hung up. I didn't get to say bye, I love you, nothing. That was it. That was the end of my daughter ever calling home. She's never, to this day, has never called home again.
I told you the mom you need to bring on your podcast. And because her situation is similar to yours.
Right. Yeah, no, I seen some of her videos, but you know, what's gone on here was she stood up for herself. I stood up for myself. Like we both ended up locked up. You know, the judge started moving the court on her own motions. contempt, a gag. She made a motion to put a gag order on. The judge was making these motions. And as soon as they had my daughter out of town, she recused herself off the case. And then they wouldn't put a judge on it for like 5 months. So I have no judge. They haven't reassigned my case. So I'm stuck in court. Nobody will tell me where my daughter is. There's no judge. There's nothing. There's no remedy because they've taken all the remedy from me because they're not playing right, because it's a cabal of people all colluding together to traffic children and make this money. It's really sick. Like when they came to my door without a lawful TRO and tried to take my daughter. And if I would have just gave my daughter to them, like a lot of people do, they would have just kidnapped my kid because their TRO was not lawful. But because I would not just hand my kid over, they come back and said, well, this isn't a verified TRO. We can't take her. I'm like, that's what I thought, because it didn't make sense. How are you just showing up to my house with this paper?
What does TRO mean?
Temporary restraining order.
Gotcha.
To show up at my house in the middle of the night to take my daughter from me when her dad's not even in town.
Really?
Yeah, what are you going to do with my kid? And where did you get this TOR? If it's not verified and it's not a legal document, who the fuck gave it to you? So when I tried to subpoena his lawyer on the stand during our family trial, the judge was like, oh, Miss Freiner, I don't know what you're trying to do here. The fuck too, you don't know what I'm doing. You know exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm proving the fact that they kidnapped my child on a false TRO and they case fixed it right in front of me. I have it all on recording, and he just admitted on the stand that he trafficked her. But
do you have a lawsuit, or
not
can
yet.
you like?
No, they're still coming after me. They're still retaliating. I'm still trying to get out of going to jail for 7 years.
Yeah, I bet that lawsuit will help them back down.
Well, they all get immunity. They've been putting suits in. There's been families that have done it, and they keep kicking them back. So I think I'm biding my time. I think I'll know in the right file.
What about the other parents that are dealing with what you dealt with in that area, a class action lawsuit?
Good luck getting one of those together. That's almost next to impossible. You got.
I don't know.
There's just so many people.
You've got the evidence, though.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the proof.
I have drawn up documents that brings all this evidence in, and it basically throws it down on the table like it is. And their documents are drawn up where I asked for the Attorney General to come in and allow any other families that would like to come forward to be able to come forward in this case in my filings, but I just haven't filed yet. Because I've asked for the Attorney General to come forward and work with other states' attorney generals to fix this, because it's, global. But I'm just one person, and I have PTSD, like you said. And so the studying about it, because I won't get a lawyer. There's no lawyer to represent me in this, or they would have stood up, that somebody would have stood up already. That was legit,
I'm sorry. I'm just now seeing these chats. I'll have to go back through and read them later, but thank you to Jaclyn Perkins for your comment.
Welcome.
This is just mind blowing, though.
It's crazy. And then they're destroying these kids. They're taking them from their family. They're screwing with their bloodline, their heritage, knowing where they're from. They've done it to us once before. We've seen it with the orphan trains. They stole all them kids, took them and moved them all over the place. Don't know where they're coming from. Disassociate the whole society, because now you've stole their damn kids and they're all disassociated. So they changed their history on them. It only takes a generation to forget. Boom.
Going a step further, I'd like to know what happened to the kids that were held when Trump put and separated those families with the deportation, the immigration thing, and all those children were placed in detention centers while they shipped their parents back. Exactly.
All that stuff.
All those exactly.
That's all false flag stuff. When they're doing that shit, when they're saying shit like that, they're doing mass human trafficking. else.
So where
Actually,
are
one
the
who built those
children?
cages was actually the Obama administration, believe it or not. If you actually look at the background behind that, actually that's who built those cages. They tried to put it on him like he was doing that, but it's totally freaking skewed and
Well, you know,
out
you've
of
got
Every
context,
single
really.
president is controlled, but
Yeah.
the
You've got
children
what
were
you have right
taken
there.
during the Trump
You have
administration.
Uncle Fester's snuff factory right there in Texas. Those kids go right to that snuff factory, whatever. They get raped, they get killed, they get eaten. I mean, these people are sick.
Is it really called that?
Yes, it's really called that.
Holy shit. That's what the fuck?
I'd like to know where those kids are, though.
They're not here no more. They're not alive.
They need to answer.
You're
The
damn right
government
they
needs
do.
to answer.
You're damn right they fucking do. You're damn right they do. But what are they doing right now? They're trying to cover it up and fucking get out of any accountability.
It's
so bad.
put something
Right
else.
outside your
It's
door.
a distraction. They distract you with other stuff.
It's
They keep
exactly
your
what they
attention
do,
off of
yep.
here, put your attention over here.
Mhm. That's exactly.
But I want to know what
100%
happened to
they
those
do.
fucking kids.
I know.
Well, I want to know what happened to the 2,000 kids missing from my hometown or my
I
home
want to know
state.
what happened to all the missing kids, man. Like, if
Where
humanity
are
were to
the
learn the truth
children?
of that, there would be no stopping.
Well,
the
they're
freight train of
dead.
accountability that would be coming.
They're off. They shoot some of them off.
Yeah, they took them to us supposedly to protect them. So where the hell are they?
Exactly.
Where was their protection?
Is there a website? Where are our children? Where are the children?
I know a lot of them are being trafficked, specifically the ones that are coming from Mexico. They're being trafficked into the CPS foster care system.
Oh yeah, because they're getting kicked back. They're getting all kinds of money on them right now.
Oh.
We
Our
should
kids
find
are
a
worth
way
what?
to get the names of
Amber, do
every
you know the
child
number? Like
taken.
$1 million a head. Our kids, they have bounty on their heads, man.
We should get the
I don't
names. Like
understand.
literally, we need to put faces to the names of these missing children and put them all on a website. Where are the children?
Dottie, why don't you tell her about what we've been talking about working on that we've actually been in the works on for at least a couple months now, a tribute. Kind of relating to that, what she's talking about.
The shirt thing I showed you the other day.
No, I'm thinking about the tribute to all the kids that have been that have lost their lives or been who've been.
Yeah, that's what I was showing. That list, that long
yeah.
list that was murdered kids by their fathers because of
I think I came after that.
Yeah, that's what that list
I
was.
didn't see that. I didn't see that list. I think I came after.
It's a pretty nice sized list, but like I know not all kids are on it.
No, then you will never be able to put all kids on it.
I've been getting this
We got a plan.
from the website, the Mothers Revolution. They're another organization. They've been around for a long time. They've done a great job collecting all this data, like information of these kids that have been killed and these mothers that have been jailed. And, that's where I've been pulling the information from, has been their website. I have to thank them for that. They've done a great job. I think they started doing their organization around 2015. I know they help women in their legal things, but I don't know how much anybody's getting accomplished right now or what anybody's doing with the way things are, because there's no law in our courts anymore. So, I mean, you're not, that's not where we can't, unless we get control of our courts, we're not going to get any justice for anything.
Exactly. You said it right there.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to put snippets of this podcast on my TikTok, by the way.
Yeah, go for it. You're free to do that.
Especially,
Yeah, I don't
I'll have to get it from you.
Yeah, I'll send you.
Especially
I'll send you a copy of
this
your segment,
stuff, like,
Crystal. I got you.
Okay.
nothing
especially
I
your
have. If
story.
you want something, I have it. I don't, I'm not stingy with anything. You want to use my
Well,
some of the
especially-
artwork or something I've
'cause,
made?
like-
We're all here to help each other, so that's kind of what we do. I mean, that's kind
Well,
of
yeah, see, like-
what we've built here is all
Right.
about, really.
I was focused on the PAS and, and I've dealt with family court corruption big time, but I kind of left that aspect, but I'm kind of like, it's been being brought back to me. So I guess I need to, and I've been steering my content towards it as well, because it's all connected anyway. So,
Everything's connected. We're all connected. Every last one of us. And we all go back to
exactly.
source. Everything's connected. All of this is connected, and it all goes back to one center point. Like,
Well, I just did a TikTok about being connected today, not in this aspect, but let me tell you. So I put up, someone out there is constantly reporting my videos and they get taken down, but one particular video reporting them and having them removed by TikTok.
Somebody's doing that to
And
me too. Somebody's doing
I
that
honestly
to me
believe
too.
it's I honestly believe it's my adult alienated daughter, the one with the severe, the one that's made up the horrible lies about me.
I've never had any problems anywhere, but TikTok I have.
So anyways, I got a comment. Okay, so one of my videos was removed. I appealed it, it was restored. And then I get a comment later about that video from somebody saying that it saved her life, or this video may have just saved my life. Thank you. And that brings you back to the whole connected. We are all connected. So you've got, for a lack of better words, I'm just going to use God and devil here, like I did in the video. But like, if that girl in her heart, that video truly did that, if she was going to commit suicide and seen that video and seen, okay, wait, someone else has dealt with this. And it did do that. If the video didn't get restored, she might not be alive right now.
Well, that's what I said. Like,
so we're all connected.
Your videos, you know, like up in one of my midnight, can't sleep because my kid's been taken to, you know, like just, my brain's not normal. Like, you know, nothing I'm doing in the last almost 2 years has been like a normal routine or anything for me. Like, it's just been crazy, you know. So
on a spiritual,
and you know, it was nice to know that I wasn't alone. I probably was feeling lonely at the time.
Yeah, on a spiritual perspective, we're fighting in this cosmic war of good and evil, and we are on the side of good, but there's people on the side of evil. So if you want to, and this is something like, it was one of those flash things, like I was telling you about the INFJ thing, like we get these epiphanies, but this is one of those epiphanies. It's like because I used to wonder how I allowed myself to be so broken down that I lost all fight. I had no fight in me. And I'm driving one day and it just like out of nowhere, it just comes to me. So if you've got this war in the spiritual world, and the only way they can attack you is physically to bring you down because you are up there kicking ass spiritually. So they're going to send a narcissist in. They're going to send family court system in. They're going to use your children, you know, things like that. It's so you got empaths and narcissists, and they're always interweaved in almost every story. So it's like the whole good versus evil thing there. But you can't attack our spirit in the ether unless you bring us down here. So that's going to take childhood abuse, trauma, all those things. And they are literally trying to keep you down because they know spiritually you are so powerful. And like with the work you do, you're doing work and they don't like it, you know? And so this girl who left this comment, she's dealt with a lot of trauma. She was adopted, and I've looked at some of her content, and she suffers severe depression and other issues from the adoptive. Well, maybe she was essentially trafficked, like what you're talking about. I have to send you her information. You can go look at her videos. But let's say she's one of those strong fighters. Well, the evil wants to take her out. So let's get this video taken down. We want to shut this person up too, because we don't want them giving anybody hope. You know, I don't know. I have a hard time articulating things that are in my head, and I sound crazy when I try, but it makes sense in here.
I think they blocked me more than I realize. I think I don't pay attention enough to know, but I think I'm, what do you call it? Q?
Cognitive dissonance, or
no,
like
shadow, is it shadow banding?
Shadow ban.
Shadow ban, yeah, shadow banning, yeah.
That's happening
too.
more than I realize.
I think that's happened to us more than I realize. We realize too, just based on the feedback we've gotten from people in our local communities that have watched the stuff we put out.
Well, my friend went I straight to my page. I gave him the name, like he was put it in and on YouTube, and like he's like, I can't find you on here. So.
Oh, I found you yesterday.
Did you finally find
my issue? No, it wasn't about. So I was looking for the podcast, and okay,
It
so
was
I
under
don't really
Where's
know
Delilah,
anything
I
about.
think.
I don't know anything about podcasts and how they work. So I didn't know that you guys transferred it from Zoom. Like all of that part of it was confusing to me, but I found everything you gave me and I found the videos, but I'm thinking, is this podcast on an app? Like how is the podcast done? And
Right.
it made sense when you told me Zoom and everything.
Right. No, it does make sense.
So no, I found you.
Yeah. Well,
I just wasn't
Frank couldn't find it
understanding.
the other day, but yeah, like like I'm on TikTok and YouTube is Where's Delilah. Facebook, I have the Where Delilah page, but we do the podcast under Sacred Lovisa. And then he's got the news for you, for us.world, which is kind of like the hub. And then I help him with a couple other podcasts.
Is
but
there a way to live stream this to TikTok too?
There is, and I just was able to go live. I just got, you gotta get 1,000 people to go live. I just got that happen, and they like all of a sudden all my videos were getting banned, and like now I can't post anything. So I don't even know if I can go live and I haven't tried.
Have you appealed your videos that got
they don't
removed?
care.
Oh, they shut you down that quick, Dottie? That's bullshit.
Yeah, dude, they shut me
That's
down.
bullshit.
They shut me down so quick.
Why don't
Wow,
we take their
I-
business too? We're already going to be taking Facebook,
Yeah,
and
no, they
YouTube
shut
and
me down.
Google's. We'll take theirs too.
I
Fuck
must
it.
I must have some kind of divine person or something looking out for me, because most of my videos get restored when they get taken down.
Like they reject everything. They told me that they took one of my videos down because the music was too long and it was their music. Like I got the music, like uploaded my video, put their music from their app on there, and then I got flagged for the music being too long.
You know
Well,
what's
usually
messed up?
they just remove the sound.
You know what's messed up is that they have literally people trafficking kids and they're videotaping it on Facebook, and they still have their page. So I tried to report it, and they're saying it doesn't go against community guidelines, but then they have people like putting you down and stuff. Like I don't understand.
Yeah, like I can't post a video.
You know why, Jaclyn? It's
like,
because
what the
they're
hell?
part of it. Because they're part of it. That's the only reason that they would do that, is because they're complicit in it.
Exactly.
Yep. Well, we know the TikTok app is a Chinese app, like China made.
Yeah.
It's China owned. Not that
China,
we're any better.
China owns the U.S. China owns the U.S.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they
you're right
set
about
up
that.
in New York.
100%
They just set
agree,
a police.
because based on the evidence I've seen, yeah.
They have police station, a Chinese police station in New York now. They just
Really?
Where in like Times Square or something like that?
I'm not sure where. I just was.
Yeah,
told
I heard about that article too. I heard about that.
Yeah, Kai told me, he was telling me about it, because he's tripping out because I told him 2 years ago we would see Russian and Chinese soldiers on our soil by the time all this is over, and I told him that a few years back. So now he's like really tripping on it. He's like, why? He's trying to figure out why I said that. Like,
Q, do you have TikTok?
He's a little blown back by it.
It's a little bit more younger generation, so not really my thing. But I let Dottie handle that thing.
No, I was the one trying to build up the
older
TikTok
people are
platform.
I honestly, I like making longer content, like longer videos, like hour-long podcasts. I like it doing it that way. I don't like doing the short shit. It's like just too quick for me, to be honest. I mean,
Well, they
I'd be
let you
willing to
upload
put it out
10-minute
there.
videos
I just don't know
now.
how to work the
I
system
do it.
yet.
I
Dottie
found.
knows it better than I do at this point. But we're
And I
definitely
don't
going to
really
be.
know it that well.
Well, we're trying to learn it anyway.
But there's a whole TikTok live, and I was just able to start going live, and they've shut me down. So we were going to start
my
podcast to
other
that.
name has my other name has the viewers to be able to go live, not the narcissist's worst enemy, but my INFJ empath.
Well, I think I get my privileges. I think they called it privileges or some shit. I get those back like on the 19th or something.
Oh, okay, good.
Temporarily. It's a temporary timeout.
Oh yeah, I got one of those.
They said simmer down.
I got one of those.
I was like, they did anything really. I find I really don't care for the app, but it's you can reach such a wide range of people, and so many on just that one app. And
I started
trying to reach the massive to get information out.
I started using TikTok as a way to keep an eye on my stepdaughter. I was with my ex-boyfriend for 4 years, and I always loved her spirit. Like, she shined, and he was a narcissist, but he was a grandiose narcissist. But and trust me, I've got videos to prove this man was a narcissist. He did all of the same tactics. He's the one that introduced me in trauma bonding. But I started the TikTok because, like, he was one of those parents that did nothing. Like, he didn't care how his child was, but she would be up all night, wouldn't have a bedtime, like none of that stuff. And I couldn't, like, when I would try to implement and I would try to talk, and I had to be careful the words I used because I wouldn't want to be attacked, because that's what he would do. He'd be like, "Oh, you hate Leah." No, it's not about me hating Leah. It's about me trying to Leah has got all F's in school. Where do you think that's coming from?
Right.
Leah's not getting enough sleep. She's up all night on her phone. Leah needs a bedtime. She's not doing her homework, and you are not guiding her, But you can only do so much as a step parent, which actually I think I was just a glorified babysitter because he had me doing everything for Leah. But when it came to the parenting aspects, he would act like everything was an attack on Leah. Or when I'd have an issue with him personally, he would immediately start belittling my character and belittling me, anything to get away from the issue, which is a narcissist tactic. He never stuck by the issue. That is one of the biggest signs right there. This is the issue, but he took everything as an attack. And his mom was completely sociopathic, that's where he learned those. And that's why I stayed with him for so long, is this learned behavior. Maybe he just isn't aware of it, but then I upon research, I realized he's never going to change, and I left him. But so I started with keeping an eye on her to make sure she was safe on TikTok, because parents are supposed to kind of gloss over their kids' stuff. You don't have to go snooping all in. It wasn't things like that. But I'd scan through her videos and everything, and not only that, but you can get insight. Like, if there's something wrong, kids don't always tell you, and things like this poor girl would, when she started her period, she hid it. She didn't even feel comfortable with that.
Afraid to say something.
All my daughters felt comfortable with telling me they started their period.
Me and my daughter, we had a great relationship. My daughter, she was a good kid. She got herself up. She went to school every day. She had decent grades. She was a cheerleader. She mentored the younger kids. She was just a good kid. She never got in trouble. Delilah was never in trouble. And if she was, she didn't give a fuck. She didn't give a shit. And that was the whole thing about trying to punish her. When she did get in trouble, she didn't care. Go to your room. And she was fine with that. She wanted to go to her room. She was, only child, cancer. She likes naps, so that would make me mad. You couldn't punish her, but she really didn't do anything ever. She never was there's never any story I have of where she messed up big time. Where I was just I don't have a story like that with my kid,
Yeah, actually with Leah, she was so secretive about things and didn't feel comfortable. When it became aware because my daughter Emily had found a pair of Leah's underwear, and she seen it and kind of got freaked out and was worried somebody hurt Leah. And I'm like, no, this is part of the menstrual cycle. This is dried blood. So I threw the underwear away, and I went to the store and I bought these teen OB tampons, and I bought pads, and I just kept them in the bathroom so Leah could keep her secret, because to her that was very embarrassing.
That's really sweet.
Yeah. So,
I was the mom that all the kids who came to my house, they all talked to me. They told me things that they weren't telling a lot of moms, and Delilah she's a Cancer. So she's got this big, huge heart, motherly, because the moon, rules Cancer. And so she's like that. And, anytime her friends were suicidal, she would be like, call my mom, or she'd come get me, and we would go to their houses.
That's how Emily was.
To make sure that they're okay. Delilah was the girl at school, and she told me she did this. And she was mad because she got in trouble on the bus. She did get in some whatever, and she had to sit in the front seat for a couple days or something. I don't know what she did. But there was a new kid on the bus, and she was stuck in the front seat. That she was upset. She come home telling me about it, that she couldn't go and introduce herself to the new kid because she was stuck in the front seat because of whatever she had done. And she was pissed because she wanted to go introduce herself, because she always friends the new kid. She's always done this, like all through school. So when
sounds like Emily
comes into school, she always makes sure to go and make friends with them and make sure they felt comfortable. And she told me, Mom, even if we didn't stay friends and they found their group and everything, that's cool. She goes, but I just didn't want people to feel uncomfortable. Like she just had like that kind of a heart, like she was just a good kid. And that's why it hurts me so.
I wonder if she's an INFJ.
Huh? She is.
She's an
She
INFJ.
had dreams that, she was like psychic dreams, like whatever you call them, like, premonition dreams and stuff. Like she'd have those at times and things. She was definitely an empath. She's got a bigger purpose for sure. And I think that's one reason why they've attacked, they attack those people. I mean, because this is, you want to keep someone.
Yeah, we're definitely attacked.
Shine that light to put it on something. Do what they did to her. Like, I mean, what they're doing to these kids, it's awful. I mean,
yeah,
it is. It's horrible. It's unconscionable.
What happened to my daughter?
Maybe the more
not supposed to happen. It's not right. It was wrong. It's awful. I mean, she begged with that judge and pleaded with that judge, and they would.
Do you by any chance got that on recording?
I got all of that on recording.
Oh, she got everything.
Oh, that is awesome.
Daddy's got everything.
She's like, you can't tell me what I experienced wasn't real because I'm the one who was the one who experienced it. And then she goes, I don't understand. The judge goes, I understand. She goes, no, you don't understand, or you wouldn't force me to go with a child molester. And her dad's like, I'm going to stop you right there, Delilah. Whoa, wait a minute. The judge starts, I got this. I was locked up, jailed. They got rid of me real quick after that. And then because she was still defiant and wouldn't go with her dad, they put her in a mental hospital.
Tell her what they do. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm going to play devil's advocate. Okay. It's obvious that this is not your situation. But there's this girl going around on TikTok right now. And I can't remember her name, but people see this and they see this poor girl she's fighting. But when I see this, I see indicators of PAS because of how she's talking. And I guess it was where she's saying, and she even posted pictures of these little marks. But when I look at these marks, these are like marks that almost everybody has. Like there was one on the eye. I've got a spot.
Q, what have we found about people in this whole thing? We found there's a lot of people that aren't saying
who they say they are. Yeah, they're not who they say they are. We found a lot of wolves in sheep's clothing.
No, I'm just wondering if they weren't trying to
throw you off.
You parental alienation against you. I wonder if they weren't trying to say that you were the alienator.
Oh, was their name Amber?
That's exactly what they were trying to say. Yeah.
Let's see how many of these fake profiles this woman has. Alice Hurd is one of them.
Yeah, they totally did play that card.
They do that towards me. Yeah, they're talking
about.
And
that's why they shut her down.
That's probably me. Yeah, they were probably because it's his narcissistic wife. Like she has these conversations with herself and with like as another person online on Facebook, like about me, like being directed to me, but not, and then like being. Like she's not talking to me, but then like directly talk to me in these. This is psychotic.
Or indirectly talking to you. Who is it? Who's this person?
It really shows how sick she is. Like this is mental illness. Normal. This is his wife. Where the woman that took my daughter, basically. See, she was talking about that her dad was touching her, but I've always thought it was the wife touching her. If anybody was touching her, I've always said the wife. I've always said it was her.
Kids will do that too. Kids will lie. I've actually been
because she is so afraid of that woman. My daughter's a big girl, dude. She was, tall, 90% erectile. She's thick, big girl. I've never seen that girl be intimidated anybody.
I've been one of those kids when I was being molested. I lied and said it was somebody else because I couldn't say it was my aunt's husband.
Yeah.
See, I think I've been one of those kids. So I
did take her to a counselor one time. And they were saying it was probably most likely the stepmom too. And the stepmom's really the one that did all this to fight me for my kid. She's been trying to steal my kid they kidnapped her once.
Woman that
in 2017.
The woman I keep telling you about has the same story. It was the wife that started this.
Mm-hmm. Right. I don't talk much about the wife because I don't give it the energy, but she is the fuel behind this and she's really sick in the head. She's really super sick. And this is who's got my kid. So, you know, it's my kid's not
Kinda
in a safe
reminds
place.
me.
She's not safe.
Reminds me of my husband's sister-in-law. She was like that, a very sick woman.
Well, you know,
like
her dad's abusive. I mean, when I was with her dad, he broke my back when I was pregnant with Delilah. He broke my back. He broke my nose while I was holding Delilah in my arms one time. He punched me in the stomach while I was pregnant. We lived in Arizona. He left me out in the desert when I was like 7 months pregnant in the middle of the night, and I had to find my way out of the desert. Thank God I had a Nextel chirp, and I was able to get a hold of my dispatcher, and he was able to pin me and come get me out of the middle of the desert.
He had he broke my thoracic spine. My disc and my cervical spine are herniated. I've got chronic TMJ from when he would just squeeze and push my head back. When I was pregnant with my son and my daughter was 18 months old, he got angry because I put on one of his t-shirts, and he had his coworker's friend come pick me up, and I had on his shirt. When we got there, he seen I had on me and this man's wife. He had his wife come pick me up, his coworker's wife, and so he could just go straight to their house after work. When he got there, seen I had on his shirt, he demanded I take it off right in front of them. And she gave me another shirt to wear, but we got around the corner from their house when we left, and this where we lived, and there I didn't have no cell phone. This is 1996. This happened in.
And still don't make cell phones like in the
there was like, it was a one light town, dude. It was this town was a one light town.
Right, you know, they were like having a home phone in the car.
He kicked me and my daughter out of the vehicle. He kicked me out of the vehicle with my daughter, and I had to walk over 10 miles to go home. I didn't have to walk, but that's how far I lived. Luckily, these women that had passed me by, when they came back by, they seen me and they took me home. But he did that too.
Yeah. So, you know, so you're dealing with a narcissistic mom. You're dealing with an abusive dad. You know, he was actually on house arrest, an ankle monitor for domestic violence. He was on probation for domestic violence, had a ankle monitor on his ankle. My daughter even says that in court that day. She's like, he's got an ankle monitor on him, and you're still gonna make me go with him? That's what she was telling the judge. And the judge is like, you don't have a choice. We can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. You can go home with your dad, or I can put your mom in jail. So they put me in jail. So she still wouldn't go home with him. So they put her in a mental ward because they tried to put her in juvie, but they wouldn't take her because she hadn't done anything wrong. So they couldn't put her in the juvenile, jail. So they did what that involuntary, like, where they put someone in the mental ward, for 72 hours and then have an informal hearing, which they held without me. So my daughter was, being heard. There was a hearing that my daughter wasn't represented. There was nobody to represent her in that hearing. I didn't know anything about it. They didn't inform me of the hearing at all. So,
of course not. I think I've had that happen.
They
there was a hearing and I wasn't informed.
They all knew the TRO that they were taking my daughter on was not a legal TRO, that this was totally child trafficking and kidnapping. Like, they didn't have legal documents. And then, another thing, my case is never on the docket. You won't find my case anywhere.
Really?
Never on the docket. Never. Not one time.
That right there. You've got so much proof for a lawsuit.
I got a lot, but I can only do so much, and I'm learning as fast as I can. So I don't know if there's statutes of limitations for this stuff. But there's nobody to help anybody in these situations. There's but ourselves.
All the lawyers
of your videos
paid off, or they're part of it, and it's extended. It goes all the way to not only the state Supreme Court out there, but all the way down to the local level as well. But we even suspect it goes even higher.
I think it goes all the way up to the federal court too. I don't think I'll get any justice there either.
Yeah, because we've seen a money trail and paper trail that indicates that it's all the way up to the top in Washington.
No, not all. You said another handler with lawyers, but there are lawyers out there who want to take down DCF.
I haven't found one.
Not any in their little freaking.
Not in my part of the woods. No, not here.
No, exactly. You need to search further.
We have. I've made phone calls across the country. A friend of mine he's taken time out on his own and has made. And he lives in Washington, D.C., and he knows some people. And, he made some phone calls. And still, we couldn't find any
Somewhere
lawyer.
there's somebody. It's just a matter of getting the right network.
I had another woman, that Dakota guy that does family cases. He's pretty well known. She got a meeting with him for me, and then one phone call, like 2-minute phone call with them, and then all of a sudden, like, he didn't want nothing to do with me. But that's what happens. Like, they get involved, and then all of a sudden something happens. And
no, for real, like that happened with my mom's. The lawyer we had hired to represent my mom for the neglect that she suffered at the care facility she was at. And, like, she was injured by the shot, but they tried to say it was bacterial meningitis, and her. The spinal tap said the fluid was clear and colorless, and and just a whole bunch of shit didn't add up, right? So, long story short, we get this pro bono lawyer to represent her. Of course, they don't usually take the case unless there's a solid case, right? So he strings it along for 5 months, telling us, okay, yeah, we got a solid case, we got you, we're gonna file. He come to find out, the month that he's supposed to file, at the end of the month, he calls us like 2 weeks later, says, sorry, the case has no legs. There's no case.
Well, yeah,
It changed his story completely from what he told us. So we suspect he got paid off and colluded with the hospital and the care facility. So, they my mom's lawyer did the same shit to what she's talking about. I've experienced the same thing. All of a sudden something happened. And then he was trying to totally gaslight us too. He was like, and I got the whole recording on the whole phone call recording. He was trying to tell my sister was like, "Oh, your mom must have been in so much pain with those blisters," because he's trying to say that she had blisters before she ever fell. No, she got the blisters at the care facility because they never turned her. And I had to call the Department of Health and Human Services and report their asses to get them to send her to her home.
Yeah, because they kidnap the elderly like they kidnap the children. It's the same difference.
Exactly.
I know quite a few people that's lost their parents that way, and they've killed them.
After that happened with the lawyer, I went and filed to become a medical POA for my mother because I'm her caretaker. So, like, I wasn't about to let them come and snatch her from me in the hospital if she had to go there for a catheter change or something. I wasn't about to let that shit happen. I don't trust them bastards because I knew that was going to be the hospital's next move.
Too.
After what they did with the lawyers and how they paid off the lawyer, that was going to be their next step. I know because the doctor, the surgeon, kept asking and bugging. Well, why don't you bring her back in so I can see how my work's doing? I'm like, wow, dude, I'm not.
Really?
Fuck you.
Yeah.
We're not going back there. Hell no, we ain't gonna go back there. We got home health coming to the house. We don't need to go back and see your sorry ass. But it was obvious just how they were reacting. It was like, what the fuck?
Didn't the lawyer wait till like the statutes of limits were
He did.
up?
It was like a month, less than a month before the statute of limitations would run out. There was no way we would get a lawyer in that time, let alone be able to file in that time.
We should have tried.
I want to take it to the International Criminal Court. Fuck the lawsuit. I want to fucking see these motherfuckers be held criminally accountable.
What are those the courts that we were talking about?
I want justice is what I want. I could care less about the fucking money.
Well, we won't get any injustice in the system the way
that's the INFJ attitude right there. Justice. The whole J part of the INFJ is justice.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
We need it. The kids need it.
Damn right we want their heads, Jessica. Oh, what the head? Sorry, I couldn't resist. I had to do the impression.
We want to know.
Heads on platter.
Thank you for saying it for me.
That's the queen, right?
Do you want to segue into giving the update on your case, Dottie, and then we'll have Jaclyn give hers and do her bit, and then have Amber do hers after that?
Okay.
Because we're already about a good hour and 46 minutes into the show, so.
Okay.
It'll be about a good 4-hour show. It'll be a good one though, like the last 2 episodes we did.
Let me pull up the email.
Go right ahead, Dottie. Sounds good. And then, folks, we have in the last part of our show tonight, we have more CCSD corruption exposed. We have an article titled "Lola Express CCSD Board of Trustees Corruption Exposed," and there's a reason why we titled it that, and we'll get into that when we read the article, folks. But those of us and in my local community in Vegas that have been going to these meetings know exactly what I'm talking about. It's an inside joke, but We'll fill you in, audience, whenever we're at the last segment of the show. But we have a good show for you guys today. Power pack show.
Why did it just kick me out? They said no.
You want to chime in, Jen, for a sec? Jennifer, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, just chime in on basically what we, what you have any questions for Crystal and her story?
No, I don't. I can
No?
relate. Definitely can relate. Same thing has happened to me with my daughters, and making up stories that happened. That they're changing their reality and trying to convince them of all these things that they're doing that they happened when they were with me, and nothing like that ever happened. So I have one that has like reactive attachment disorder where she's completely pulled away, and then the other one, it's the other way. She's very affectionate and likes a lot of attention, and the other one is withdrawn. And I see both of their personalities change. And my youngest daughter, she's the one that is more outgoing, and she knows that it's wrong. So she has behavioral issues because of that. She just tells them how.
Sounds like Emily. Sounds
and
like Emily.
Where she'll sit there, she resists, but she, like Crystal was saying, it's all survival. It's all survival.
Yeah. She's fighting the programming.
Right. She is, and she's fighting to keep the identity of herself as part of me. My other daughter, it looks like a carbon copy of me, and she chopped like 16 inches of her hair off, so she's
wow,
looking like a boy, and didn't look like me because she's getting.
My daughter did that too. She had her hair cut short, and it seems that the ones that fight the hardest, they're the ones that suffer the most. I've got some videos on a TikTok that I no longer have access to. It's My Secret Journal 78. It's got some videos where you can see my daughter's hair and everything. And one of the videos is really heartbreaking. That's when I was with my ex-boyfriend. But another video is because she fought the programming for so long. Like, my daughter now has BPD. She has been diagnosed with severe anxiety, major depressive disorder, everything. PTSD, obviously, that's a given. It's all diagnosed, but it's because she fought so fucking hard against the program.
Yeah. Well, and then like you were saying, the child is half part of you, so they start hating that part because they're taught and programmed to hate that part.
Yeah.
And it's either my oldest daughter, she projected all her anger towards me, and my youngest, and then it kind of
same.
And then my youngest daughter, she just got it all out, and she's, and it comes out in her behavior.
So it's your youngest daughter that fought the programming, right?
Yes. Yeah, she's still fighting the programming. She's 13.
And you know why it's your youngest daughter that is fighting? It's because they don't go after your children all at once. At least in my case, they didn't. And I don't honestly have enough research to be able to say this for a fact, but I've noticed this pattern in people I've talked to. They start out with one, and then they use that child's help to get the next child.
Yes.
And in my case, I had 3 children, and then they use that child to get the next child. So they weaponize the child that they've aligned. And
we've
that's
seen
how
that
they
too.
do it.
We've seen the same thing. We agree.
And it's usually the youngest that suffers.
My oldest daughter is the alienator by proxy. So it's her job to pull my youngest daughter away from me. So when it's somewhere where we can go out And my oldest daughter is trained and taught and brainwashed to make sure that that didn't happen. So the two people that are doing it, the oldest daughter, she does what she's told, so she's alien by proxy, pulling my youngest daughter away. So then it's horrifying, and I'm sorry that you've had to go through.
I didn't get to hear your story. The way it sounds. Where's your children at?
They're with my son. Yeah, I haven't.
They're where?
With my oldest son.
With your oldest son. Okay, so they don't live with you.
No, they don't live with me. And I haven't really went out with my complete story yet because it's been in the court.
You're scared too.
Well, not really scared to, but it's in the court still. So
I was scared for the longest time to start telling my story because I wanted to protect my children, but like my children themselves have done some really not my youngest so much. Like I said, she's the one that fought the hardest and she suffered the most, but she has BPD now. So she splits. You're either all good or all bad with her. And right now I'm seen as all bad. And I pray that one day she comes back to me, but she's the only one I have hope for. But I've been abused in one form or another by my two older children because they were and their father sat back and he's the one that would instigate it. Like he would tell me, I can't wait till Alyssa beat your ass. And he would say it in front of her, and it was just like it's almost like you feel like you've got like these big, huge people just all ganging up on you, and it makes you feel so small.
So
small.
Dottie, you want to segue into your update? Oh, whose audio is that? That's horrible. Is that somebody's outside?
Wasn't I?
It's not mine.
Go ahead, Dottie. You can go ahead and begin.
Okay, so basically where we're sitting now is we're still waiting to hear something for a trial date. They had trial set. They canceled trial. They said the witnesses were not available and that it would be scheduled for another date. Well, what was that? Q2, maybe 3 months now it's been. But at the end of September, I did get this email offering a deal, 5 years suspended execution of sentence for a period of 5 years, 5 years SES, 5 years, which is if you make it through the 5 years, it doesn't, you don't have a felony or anything on your record, I guess. And then they say they would also have no objection to probation being transferred to a different jurisdiction or state. I'm sure they would have no problem with that. But
they have control everywhere.
They don't have control over me leaving state. That would be my probation officer's decision. So they can't even offer that. That's not even something that they're capable of offering to me. That's how tricky, that's the trickery. That's the bullshit they do. If I would have got a lawyer, the lawyer would have convinced me that that was a great deal and that I should take that deal. And then they would have wrapped me up in that whole 5 years, and they would have violated my probation and then actually had a real charge on me to put me in jail. Yep. This is why you should never lawyer up. Never ever. Lawyers are shit. There's no good lawyer out there. And then if there's no good lawyer, just think about the judges. There's no good judges out there either. This is a industry of narcissistic liars, manipulators. Greed rules their world, their status, their clout. They're not good people.
No, I call America the narcissist of all the countries. America's the narcissist of the world.
I mean, I don't know if these people can turn off who they are when they're a lawyer, like in their personal life, but I really highly doubt that. I believe they just take all that kind of, their ways into their personal life. They're like that.
I don't believe that all lawyers are bad, though. I think that there's got to be some warrior lawyers out there.
There is none. look, the line has been drawn in the sand a long time ago. We're past that. Nobody stood up. If they were going to stand up, that they would have a wall of protection around these kids right now. But they all know what's going on. They're either involved or they're complacent to it because they're too worried about where they're going to get their bread and butter. So do we want people like that having control of people's lives that would rather make sure they have money in their pocket than save thousands of children? I mean, humanity or money is what it comes down to.
I just don't understand how you're going to be able to fight it if they won't allow you to file anything, because they force you to have a lawyer.
I've been spinning wheels like crazy.
It's like you're being crippled.
Yeah, like they tried to persecute me and they thought they were going to be able to do that. And they underestimated me every time is what's happened here. They thought I would, bow down. I would get scared. I would stop fighting. I would shut up and go away, but that's not been the case at all.
You should do a TikTok video with that one sound, underestimate me. That'll be fun.
Do what?
That, how you've got these sounds on TikTok or these little quotes. You should do a TikTok like that. Underestimate me. That'll be fun.
But I'm just one fighter. Like we need like hundreds of people up here fighting. Like there really needs to be an organization that doesn't allow people to go into court unless they're 100 deep. Like that is the one way we can start by getting our courtrooms back, is by not allowing people to show up at court alone. And I'm not talking about one or two court watchers. I'm talking like 100 deep where they know we're watching.
Yeah,
hundreds of people in those courtrooms all day.
No, it's sad. Like, speaking of court watchers, I asked because I had the TPR trial online and several other ones, like other court appearances because of the COVID, right? Mm-hmm. So I asked for court watchers, and then last minute they were like in like the waiting room of like the Microsoft Teams thing, and they denied them coming in because they said, "Oh, we don't do that here."
They star chambered you.
What's that exactly?
And when they don't allow anybody in, that's a star chamber. When they do shit like that's star chambering.
Yeah. So.
But you've gotten all your things recorded, right? Your court hearings and everything, right? You've got all that. Yeah.
No, I don't have anything recorded.
You should start.
Yeah.
Well, it's over right now. I'm in the appeals
Any
process.
Contact you have with anybody that even remotely, like, unless you're sitting there having tea with your best friend, like, you should be recording it when it's related to your children or any case you have. And we all have this little inner voice that we ignore. Mm-hmm. And until when we start listening to it, we could hear it more, and it tells us. But anything remotely, it might seem like it means nothing to you when it's happening and you're thinking, oh, this is nothing, it's just a simple conversation. No, it's nothing. Is a simple conversation because there's a pattern that you can prove with these recordings.
I mean, I recorded everything. Daughter, like the different, I guess, visitation on Zoom I had with her, because we're in different states, but I'll speak about that later. But
like whenever you talk to a lawyer, whoever's on your case, the family members of, like, your son, you said she's with your oldest son, anybody that's related to your case, that, because anybody could be a flying monkey. People, not everybody who pretends to be your friend is your friend. They're just information gatherers. Yeah. You should record, because if you go back and
they come in the forms of lawyers too.
Yeah, exactly. And anything like that, record it all of it, and upload it to your Google Drive.
Okay. Yeah, I got to keep that in mind still. I just always recorded my visitations with my daughter. And one day I was about not to record it, and she said something off the wall about talking about her private parts out of nowhere. And I brought that up in the trial, and they said, Miss Perkins, I don't know what's up with you in social media and recording people without even their consent, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to even entertain this right now.
Who said that? Who said that?
The judge.
Wow. Do you know how many times people have tried to make me seem crazy because I'm recording them abusing me?
Yeah.
It's the same tactic as like we were talking about earlier, where, people that they make you look crazy because you know too much. And they
when
want
you
to shut you up.
Constitution, or when
they
you
want
use
to shut you up.
Yeah. When you use the Constitution against them, they look at you like you're a nut job.
Yeah, there was
says.
if somebody has a problem being recorded, it's because they're doing something they shouldn't be doing.
Exactly, especially if you're in a position of being a public servant when supposed to be serving the people.
Yeah,
those people
are
supposed to be under higher level of scrutiny because they are in positions of public office. That's supposed to be that way. So for them to use that excuse is total bullshit. For that one judge to use that excuse on you,
that
Jaclyn,
judge was shaming
bullshit.
you. That judge was shaming
gaslighting her.
That's gaslighting. Exactly.
Listen to this.
Wow.
So listen to this. I told they always interchange all these social workers and whatnot. And I had one social worker that was there for a year. I tried to get her off of my case because she was no good and she was not pro reunification, I guess you want to call it. And she was the one I told her. She was actually on the phone monitoring my virtual visit. That's how they've never let me have anything private with my daughter. Anyway, so
they did that with me too when CPS took my kid.
For 5 years, I had my case. I never had a unmonitored visit.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm having this monitored visit online, and nobody says anything about what my daughter just said about, I'm going to say it, having a hole in her vagina is what she said. And
at what age?
6.
Well, that's not.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think that's an anatomy thing. But maybe that was like you hearing that like I said, the little things that the higher, the divine do to kind of wake you up. You recorded that. That may have been nothing, but there may be something else in that visitation that was something.
Yeah.
And had she not said that, you wouldn't have recorded it.
Well, she said it when he walked away. And randomly, like when I said, oh, hey, Lexi, how are you? How was school? Blah, blah, blah. She said it right then and there. And I thought that was odd.
Yeah.
And then other oddities that led up to that where I had to say something. And when I said something to that social worker, she dismissed it. She said, oh, I'm going to go look into it. I asked
they always say that.
I also asked her therapist. I was like, listen, I'm not accusing anybody. Meanwhile, I wanted to. I was like, I'm not accusing anybody. Can you please look into this? They're like, well, there's nothing that gives us any reason to look into it. There's nothing
even,
that,
like you just said, even your therapist, you all of that needs to be recorded. All of it.
Yeah.
They want to send you to go do a psych eval. You record that psych eval. Everything.
I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you can. Okay. But so like I was saying, speaking of recordings, so the social worker left, she quit. And I was like, you know what? During the trial, I was trying to find any kind of evidence online because everybody gives themselves up online. And she recorded something around that time when I said this to her that was worrisome, that she didn't say it directly about my daughter and me, but she said, when anybody in doubt is sick and tired of working, put in your paid time off. And it doesn't matter if you have anything concerning to tell your supervisor, don't worry about it. If you hate your job, just go and take time off and don't worry about those type of emails that you need to be putting in for your clients.
Wow. From who was this lady again?
The social worker that I told I had a problem and concerns about my daughter being possibly.
Social worker through who? DCF?
Through the foster care agency.
DCF, CPS, yeah. Yeah, anything to do with them needs to be recorded.
And the judge dismissed that and kind of yelled at me during the trial.
Well, DFS and CPS, all that they're like private organizations, like they're a private company, and just like any other company, they cannot force their services on you. So what they're doing is stealing kids, because they can't force their services to come in and take kids from people. They can't. They're a private company.
No, and they try to offer you these services so that they can get you in their system.
They get you in contract.
Yep.
So I don't understand if it's a contract, guys. And most of all the places, like, if you violate a contract between another person, you can go sue them. So why is it the fact that if they're violating this contract, which is the safety plan or service plan, why is there no kind of recourse? I don't understand that.
Therein lies the problem.
Well, there is, but they're all involved, so they don't have, that doesn't work.
What was that?
There are things you can do, but they are lawless,
Yeah.
And tell me one case that you've talked with or talked to, another mom or another dad that you've talked with about their case where the court people or the CPS wasn't doing something fucked up. Not one person that I've talked to has a story that
not one.
Be up and up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I've met in my life, because I've had CPS call me so many times, like that was the go-to to come at me. If I pissed somebody off, I had CPS at my door. And CPS, like I had, there was a point, so years ago, my brother, and my brother is a lot like my mother, and he's, like I said, I'm cut from a family of narcissists, and he's got that same mentality. But he was dating this girl, and he got her pregnant. Any girlfriend my brother's ever had, my mom has attacked, and then she got my whole family to attack with him. I would never join in that thing. I'm not playing y'all's toxic games of trying to beat somebody down. But this girl had her own issues, and but those are her issues. Anyway, she ended up leaving my brother when she was pregnant. She was on probation for something minor, but she left him, and I don't blame her. I would have left him too. But like, so one of the things that they, like they would call her, they would smear campaign her and do all this crazy shit to her. Yeah. And one of the things that they used to insult her was saying she slept with a bunch of, and they used the N-word. And she was pregnant by the N-word. And I came back at them with their same tone, not because like my boyfriend's black, by the way. So, well, he's Nigerian. He's not American black. He's Nigerian, but you know what I mean? So yeah. I came back at them with their same tone. And I said, I don't care how many N-words, but I wasn't saying it in the racist way. I was mocking them. Yeah. She slept with, I know that child inside her womb is my brother's. And I didn't know this girl, but my spirit told me this. Like I just have these knowing about things. And I said, and when that child is born, that child's going to grow up, and one day it's going to want questions, and it's not going to get the right answers from y'all because y'all denied it. Yeah. So anyways, this girl, I guess she gets arrested, and they get back together. I was done. Like I never really dealt with her, and I wanted to be left out of the drama. So I went no contact with my family, and the phone rang one day, and my mom and my daughter says, Mom, it's Diane. I said, hang up. I'm not talking to her. Leave me out of it. She says, well, she had Brianna. I said, hang up. Because I wasn't going to allow this child to be held as a pawn on me, Yeah. But then the call came back again, because Diane was in jail when she went into labor. Oh, God. So she was in the hospital and incarcerated. So she calls back again. Mom, DCF's there. Oh, shit. Okay. I knew I needed to get involved then.
That's what she was calling
because if they would have taken Brianna, Diana was going to do what she had to do to get Brianna back. And I have this firm belief that the first year of a child's life, even though we think they're not learning anything, the stability alone will impact their whole life. Like that's my core belief. So I wanted to make it whoever this child went home with is where they stay. and I wasn't going to have this child go to my mom. So I actually got Diane out of jail. I like made calls. It's a small town. So that's the only reason why I was able, like, this town is small, Trenton, Florida, if you look it up. Okay. And this is back in 2004. So this town is super small. It's the only reason I was able to do this. Like, we had two cops that worked two police that worked in the city limits at this time. And I had already made friends. Like, my mom had given such a bad reputation, you know, that old saying, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So people judged me based on my mom. She would call the cops and make these horrendous, you know, accusations. It was all for attention. My mom has where she just I think she has histrionic personality disorder. She needs that attention. And so I allow my brother and Diane to move in with me. DCF, whenever they were called, because Diane was in jail the first time, and Gina Ellers is the DCF lady's name. Now, I had been involved with DCF so much because of having my family call DCF on me that Gina Ellers actually got to know me, and she's seen me as a good person. And she told me, she says, Crystal, because you've had a case with us before, I'm going to tell you, if she loses that baby, they won't allow me to give her to you. But if she gives you custody now, we can't take her from you. So she was actually giving me some advice to make sure that Brianna didn't go into foster care. But anyways, my brother, I think, and I even left out that part, that when Diane disappeared, my brother went to like this psychosis thing, delusions. Like, he was accusing me of having hidden cameras in my smoke detector because Diane was keeping an eye on him. Or if a blue car would go by, he said, that blue car, that's Diane telling me. Like, my brother was losing his mind.
He
and my
wasn't
mother,
on any kind of like medication or anything like that, was it?
I know he wasn't on medication, but through the past, I wondered if he wasn't on something else. Yeah. Because with my drug use due to the parental alienation and everything, like, I'm in recovery now. Obviously, I have no need, like, I was numbing pain, and I have no need or desire to use drugs. But the drug that I had used, it was cocaine. But I had used that with my brother before, and he developed the same psychosis. This is years later. And it reminded me back to this time. And that makes me think maybe my brother's on something back then. But back then, I had a holier than thou attitude against drug addicts. And like, to me, my addiction, it humbled me, you know. But anyways, so they end up getting back together because of all the hell I went through with that. Because of that, I want nothing to do with them. But because of Brianna, I allowed them to move in. She would be on the computer, and he would tell me that I needed to tell her to get off the computer. Like, he was asserting so much psychotic control over her. Not only that, but okay, no, that didn't happen yet. So one day I had an appointment, and I could not miss this appointment. Diane was supposed to watch Emily. Emily was a toddler. And I hear my brother say to Diane, as soon as my sister leaves here, I'm going to fucking kill you. And he headbutted her.
Wow.
I pleaded with him to leave. He would not leave. And I was not leaving my child there. And I was not leaving Brianna there. And I was not leaving Diane there.
He's like probably that. Serious, like real serious.
He was serious. I called the police. And I knew the chief of police very well. The county sheriffs in there, because of my mom. Like, I have a whole story about that too that I would love to put on blast, because my oldest daughter never got justice because of my relations to my mother. It's what I firmly believe. But anyways, the city police took time to get to know me. Yeah. And the chief of police came out, and he arrested my brother. So my brother went to jail. Of course, I'm the target because my brother went to jail, because I called the cops on it's never about what he did. It's never about the fact that he refused to leave until Eugene came home. You call it, you're a piece of shit. So I had DCF at my house 5 times within a month of false allegations. It was so much to the point that, you know, and I kept asking them, I know there's a law where you can go after the caller, and you know this is malicious. So they were actually going to go after.
Is there a law? Because people still make petitions for that.
there was a law in 2003 and they were going to fine her $1,000, I believe. And she's never made a call since. She's never made a call on DCF against me since.
That's sad.
But yeah.
Sorry.
But I've only met two DCF people, two DCF investigators in my life that, like, you fast forward to 2013, 2014. This is after my daughter's been completely alienated. My son started living with his dad. He was alienated. Yeah. And I get this the first time in years, because you look at how I was villainized through the system when the kids were taken, and how, like, just how horrible of this person I looked. And I, like, I was never, even during my addiction started because of the abuse and the parental alienation syndrome. My addiction started when I had no fight left and I was going to end my life. But I didn't want to leave my children without a mom. So, like, it was either I was so scared my kids would need me one day and I wouldn't be here because I ended my life. So I turned to drugs. But I was never one of those people that got so bad on drugs that they sold everything they've had. They sold their bodies. Like, I never got that bad on it. I literally used it to numb the pain, and only after I was being abused. So it's like, it was a coping mechanism because I had no support system. I had no friends, nobody to go to. I had nothing my way to help me. There was no advocate for me, and I was not an advocate for myself because I had too many people against me that, depending on the time of day and their mood, they're going to side with whoever instead of siding by the truth. Like, if I had an issue with my mom that had nothing to do with she's going to side with my abuser because she has another issue with me, and she'll gaslight me too. And she's always been that way. She's always done things like that. But this one, Christopher Thompson is his name. He was the first worker that ever came and treated me with actual respect. But so it was a drug allegation. So of course I got drug tested and everything. Then he calls me back the next day and he tells me, I hate to do this to you. And he starts to tell me that the caller said the reason why I passed the drug test is because I was giving my youngest daughter, because I was prescribed pain pills. And I only tested positive for that pill. I was giving my youngest daughter that medication and having her pee for me. Yeah. Oh, fuck.
They could have
that.
said it was fake piss. Wow. They want that.
Well, no, because fake pee, you're not gonna have the medicine in you.
No, I understand.
It was my oldest daughter that did this. My eldest daughter that did this. At least I believe so. I could be wrong. I would love to be wrong. But then I had another allegation made actually, it wasn't even on me, but my name was on the report because whenever I was with my ex-boyfriend and his daughter was failing in school, and the teacher suspected there was an issue going on at home. So they actually made a call, and there was an issue going on at home. It was, you've got a narcissist man and his sociopathic mother, that a child can't deal with that much psychological shit. And this child she doesn't go to bed at night. She's up all night on the phone. He's more focused on her social aspect. Like, he's wanting her to go to these dances and do all these things, but she's failing school and he's not making school a priority. So of course all her grades are going to be F's. But when he seen my name on the report, he's like, y'all better let me take this one. Yeah. And they asked him why. He says, because none of y'all have ever treated her with any respect. And whenever it was, I got the call from my boyfriend and he's like, DCF is here. And Chris told him, let me have the phone. And I heard it was this specific investigator. And I'm like, oh, you can let him in. Because that's how much I trust this guy. I still trust him. But he's one of the very few. He works with Adult Protective Services now. So, and which is interesting because of Q's situation. But there's good ones out there, but they are so far and few in between. And I've only met, which I don't even know that Gina Ellers was good. I just think Gina Ellers and I came to see each other on a level. She finally started respecting me and realized I wasn't putting up with DCF shit.
Yeah.
And I wasn't being railroaded by them and then Chris Thompson, like I can feel people's energy. I can feel when someone is good and when someone is bad. And those are the only two people that I felt their energy, their intentions weren't unpure.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not me like pro advocating DCF in any way, because I fucking hate CPS. Yeah. I hate them with a passion. They have done horrible things to me. They have caused a lot of my PTSD. With my case with Emily, they've caused her PTSD. They did not help my children. I mean, they were going to take away my rights based on lies through criminal alienation syndrome.
How long was your case, if you don't mind me asking?
I think my kids are gone for 2 years. With PTSD, you have a lot of memory issues. So
yeah,
trying to do my resume, I don't remember years that I worked. So it's hard for me to put things in order. Mm-hmm. But I believe it was 2 years.
Okay.
And it would have, they were on their way to terminating my rights after a year of it, wanting to terminate my rights. And I actually had to have my kids move to foster care from his family in order for it to end, because I knew that manipulation was being involved. I knew how malicious and sick, like, you know, you're talking about Dottie's ex's wife. This woman was one of those people. And I think she knows, I know what she did to her child. And like, she knows that I know who she is. Like, just as much as we can feel them, I think they can feel us. And so she knew that I knew the real her. And I think she's seen that as a threat, and it just made her hate me.
Yeah.
But yeah, this woman actually, her child died in 2013. Or not 2013, 2003. Wait, hold up. Let me think. My daughter, it was after my daughter was born. Her child died in 2007. 2007, her child was 4 years old. Went to the hospital with stomachache, ends up dead.
You said 4?
4.
Oh
When we got the call, we went an hour and a half. It was only an hour and a half away that they live. We get down there, and everybody else is grieving, but the mother. I've even made TikToks about this, because like I'm like just putting people. I'm not putting their names on there, but all of this relates to my story, and they're all connected. So I'm just going to tell my story and live my truth. And I'm not going to live in fear of living my truth anymore. So I actually just recently talked about this on my TikTok. But you've got family coming from out of state. This is, when me and my husband were together and my kids were young. My son, he was just an infant. And my youngest daughter wasn't born, obviously, yet. But everybody's grieving and everybody's sad. And she's sitting at the kitchen table. She's got, I don't remember who else was there. I know my husband's other sister was. I know my husband's brother, her husband was. And I think some of her family. And she's talking like it's a family reunion. And mind you, I know people grieve in different ways. But what fucking floored me was when his coworker, her husband's coworker, walked in, and she, like, these words came out of her mouth. Hey, Rory, did you come to give me some dick tonight?
Shut up.
The day before her child. I'm dead serious.
That's just crazy.
I put my hand on the Bible. I would put that shows this fucked up mentality.
What did that person say? That's what I want to know.
He actually didn't say nothing. He handled it the way he always handled it, because he's always talked like this with him.
Okay.
Like, kind of just laugh. When you laugh off those awkward, uncomfortable things. So he didn't say nothing.
Her on blast.
But it's even worse than this. So when we go down there, my son was sick. He had a cold or something. I don't remember what it was, whether it was ear infection or what, but he was sick. I think it was an ear infection. And I need to take my son to the doctor. So I took him to this child's doctor. And this child's doctor started bombarding me with questions. Did they smoke around her? Like, it was clear to me in that office, this doctor suspected foul play.
Yeah.
This doctor called the police and told the police, I suspect foul play. The child already had one autopsy.
Yeah.
The investigators were going to take the child back to the hospital after the funeral for the second autopsy.
Yeah.
And this mother is able, and when she laughed, it wasn't like, you know how people laugh when around funerals and like they can't, this wasn't that kind of thing. This woman she was soaking up the attention. She was belly laughing. Like, you know, when you laugh so hard, you're about to piss your pants or you cry. She was laughing like that. She was genuinely happy. And I could feel it. Like I could feel it though. That's the thing. People, and I always forget that people have to go by visual, whereas I'm so intuitive, I can feel things. Mm-hmm. She was genuinely happy. And she had life insurance on this child. After the they couldn't find nothing with the autopsy.
They never investigated this woman at all?
Oh, they investigated, they did 2 autopsies. They did 2 autopsies. And I really believe, but I can't prove, that she was giving her daughter laxatives. I really believe that that's what caused this child's demise. And that's why this child went to the hospital for a stomach ache. And I don't know why I believe that, but it's always been in my head as laxatives, almost like something telling me how this child died. And, but this woman was the head leader she was best friends with the guardian ad litem in my children's case. Oh, and the reason why they were going to sign my rights away for my children was because of this woman. This woman was fucking vindictive and evil as fuck. I called her one night after Alyssa I didn't mean to say my daughter's name, after my oldest daughter just called me. I called her one night, pleading, crying, and I said, look, just let the kids call me when they need to. Like I'm pleading with her. They're going through a lot. She turned right around. I had the police show up, telling them I called her fucked up on drugs. Like it's that sickening. And it, you know, being that I had done drugs in the past, like whenever I first was offered cocaine, my kids weren't around because our house burnt down. They were out of state. My uncle did it. And I took the cocaine because my husband did. And like, I've never experienced that feeling of helplessness. Our house was burned down. We didn't know where we were going to live. Like we just lost everything. It's the first time it ever happened to me like that. So that's why I went ahead and did that. But it wasn't like we got hooked on it for years and just destroyed our lives. No, we did do it for a few months. And then the kids came back and we had to live with my mom for a while and things like that. But to take that and run with it. So even though my husband did that same drug and parental alienation, I will never be like, that will ever be thrown at me, even though he was doing it too, you know? But then we stopped, and like when they took the kids and I got switched from the pain medication I was on to methadone, which is another pain medication, but it's a pain medication used to also treat people addicted to opiates, you know? So I got switched to that because when I went to the doctor and I just laid it all out there on the line, and I was so stigmatized, and I didn't even take my medication. Most of my medication was stolen by my husband. So I didn't even take all of my medication, but he's like, well, he looked at my records, he see my MRIs and the shape of my spine. And he's like, you have pain issues, you need pain medicine. So instead of putting me on Suboxone back then, he put me on methadone. I'm actually on Suboxone now. That's what I was taking earlier. Was a lot
better than methadone. It's like liquid handcuffs. Methadone is liquid handcuffs, I think, is what we call it. Like,
yeah, methadone. Well, so is Suboxone. It's and even like if you were to take all of my pain issues away, because I have severe RLS, I will still be on Suboxone. Like that's what started. Like when I would go to the doctors to get my pain medication, I would exaggerate my pain for the RLS symptoms because they weren't going to prescribe me. That's really the reason why I took it. It wasn't for the pain, it was for the RLS. And I've had it since I was a child, and it's progressively gotten worse and worse and worse. And then I was put on Cymbalta for peripheral nerve damage or something to do with nerve pain years ago. And all of a sudden I experienced RLS in my spine. And that's when whenever it just went, it was hell. And I found out that
pain. Let me ask you, what is RLS?
Restless leg syndrome, Willis-Ekbom syndrome. I'm one of the people who've had augmentation. I've been on all the RLS medications. Like, it's something I'm passionate about too, not just PAS, but restless leg syndrome, because people don't understand. I'd rather give birth 100 times over without an epidural than to suffer with my RLS when it's in my spine.
Wow.
And the last time I tried to quit taking Suboxone, I went over a period of about a year, weaning myself down with my doctor, because it keeps those symptoms away, so you forget,
Oh, really? Okay.
But you've had, so you're on methadone. You've probably experienced withdrawals, right?
Yeah.
Do you know that feeling you get in your legs when you experience those withdrawals? Because those are the only other people that get it.
Yeah.
It's like this creepy, crawly feeling,
yeah.
and
Yes.
you have to move your legs to make it go away.
Yeah.
That's RLS.
Oh my God. So every day you deal with that?
No, not on Suboxone, but I did deal with that every single day for many years.
Sorry. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's terrible.
I would like have scalding hot water running down my legs to try to get rid of it, but it wasn't until the Cymbalta. I'd have it in my arms too, but the Cymbalta like did something to something in my body, and now I experience it in my spine. And when it's in your spine, that same feeling in your spine. Yeah. So when I took my last dose of Suboxone after a period of weaning, and it was like the smallest of a strip, probably 0.5 milligram, and I was down to every other day. A month later, those symptoms came back. So I know these weren't withdrawal RLS symptoms. First, it was in my legs, and I expected that. Like, I went to this holistic thing to load up on all these different type of vitamins and liquid iron, because there's something to do with iron in the brain that will cause it and things like that. And like I spent like $400. I really wanted to get off this medicine.
Yeah.
And none of that helped. But the first few days it was just in my legs, and it moved to my arms. I was starting to get uncomfortable. And then it moved to my spine. When it moved to my spine, I am not lying nor exaggerating when I tell you I didn't sleep for 8 days.
I bet.
24/7, 8 days.
Yeah, if I ever have to help me with that.
If I ever have to experience that again, I will put a bullet in my brain. So I'll be on Suboxone for the rest of my life because of that. I will never allow myself to suffer like that again, ever, ever.
There has to be some treatment for something. All these different conditions out there, and I feel like these doctors don't put it out there because they benefit off these pharmaceuticals that they give to everybody.
They do. They absolutely do. It's a cash cow for them.
Yeah.
And the medical.
I was in a study.
I'm speaking as a son. I'm speaking as the son of a doctor. Okay, folks. So
when I was prescribed the Cymbalta, and I started having these like lightning bolt things down my spine, my speech is slurred, like there's something wrong with me. I called my doctor, and I'm completely incoherent. I think I cussed them out, and like there's something wrong with me. And I ended up taking myself off. I was now come to find out, if you Google Cymbalta, you'll see. No,
I used to be on it. I never
thing.
That weird.
It really,
yeah.
Wow. It came to I see people counting their beads to try to wean off of Cymbalta.
Jesus.
The beads inside the pills. So I'm surprised were you on methadone when you were on it?
Well, I'm still on methadone. No, I wasn't then. No.
No? Wow, that's weird. But anyways.
Well, everything affects people differently, so.
A friend had been visiting, and he seen there was something wrong with me. And he called my husband at work, and he says, Crystal needs to go to the hospital. And of course, my husband didn't give a fuck about me. And he's like, I'm not dealing with that shit. So my friend calls 911. The fire department shows up.
It's like an
and this is the same house. This is the same house, serotonin syndrome.
Yeah.
Same house that I lived in when my brother had did what he did.
Yeah.
But the fire department gets there and the ambulance gets there. And I refused to go to the hospital because I was so codependent on that time when my husband didn't give a fuck about me.
Yeah.
It made me not care about myself. And I didn't want to go alone. But they seen my eyes. They said, your eyes, I think it was my eyes were non-reactive or something. They accused me of being on drugs. And that really did it. Like I said, I had a holier than thou attitude. I come from a family of drug addicts. Yeah. And to accuse me of doing drugs was a big offense to me back then.
I bet.
I've been humbled since then, obviously, but I had a holier than thou than thou attitude against addicts. But the chief of police had come and he says, I know this girl. She doesn't do drugs. Figure out what the fuck is wrong with her. Like, he advocated for me. But they forced me to go to the hospital. They were trying to force me to swallow a charcoal pill too. I'm like, I didn't take anything but this Cymbalta, and that was a week ago, and I'm still suffering.
Yeah.
You know? So there was no reason for me to take the charcoal. I stayed long enough for them to do blood work to see that there was nothing in my system. And then I ripped the IV out and I left. Like, I was very messed up on that medicine.
Wow.
But I came to this theory after that. I was like, I wonder if that's what drug addicts go through when they're withdrawing. I wonder if the pharmaceutical companies figured out a way to make us addicts without us knowing.
Oh, of course.
And give us those experiences. And so it makes you think you need those medicines.
Of course. Luckily, I'm 3 years sober already. I didn't do drugs my entire life until I reached my early 20s. And I was in pain management for my fibromyalgia. And I have
I was diagnosed with that.
Yeah, and 3 dislocated discs. So I think I smoked a very, very little bit of weed one time when I was on pain management, and they immediately took me off without weaning me off of anything. So that's how everything transpired, and I got hooked on to pills, onto the oxycodones and everything like that. When I was with my daughter's father, he was an addict for years prior, which I was very naive. I didn't think he was. So that started to come out of the closet saying, hey, I do this, that, and the third. And he introduced me to heroin, and that's how it started. But nobody knew I was on anything until I started coming clean about it. And my in-laws started to call CPS, actually like 4 or 5
Yeah,
times.
so you reach out to get help.
Yeah.
And instead of helping, they see it's all narcissism.
Yep. Yeah, they see it as an opportunity to take advantage. Yep.
Well, look.
They take your weakest thing and they will use it to attack you.
Well, this case that I had, the other 3 cases were all dismissed because they saw I took very good care of my daughter. This case, I guess they didn't want to see that, even though listen, let me back up. I was 2 to 3 weeks sober, and I wanted to remain sober. My only way of doing that was to go home in South Carolina with my family, my support system. Not a support system. That support system that was called CPS, and I would catch them text messaging each other saying, I wish this bitch was dead, meaning me, and plotting to kill me in my sleep and thinking it was a joke. They said it was a joke. That's the type of people I was dealing with. I had to go. It was time to go. So I was on my way to South Carolina, and we're upstate New York, and New York City is about 4 hours away. And we stop in New York City because that's where we're from. And
I live in New York now.
Oh, really? And so we stay overnight, and I guess my in-laws got wind of that, and because I was with their son, and they called CPS, and CPS actually met me at a friend's house overnight. And that was 5 years ago, October
Your voice went out. I don't hear you. I don't hear you. Hang on.
Lost you.
Hey, Jaclyn, we lost you. I think we lost her. I think. Oh, there we go. Jaclyn, will you go back 10 seconds? You cut out there for a minute.
Okay, what was the last thing about? Okay, so they met me at a friend's house.
That's overnight. The last thing.
Yeah, overnight they met me at a friend's house, and I don't know why my friend always dealt with CPS getting called on her. She opened the door, which was stupid. But they started the case on October 16th, 2017, and they would not let me leave New York to go to South Carolina. They would not let my family come and pick my daughter up because her father had a say of where his daughter went, even though he wasn't on the birth certificate. But anyway, for the next week before they took her, I did numerous amount of drug tests. I passed, but they had an excuse of saying like, she didn't go right away, so the drugs were out of his system. If I was a habitual user, which I was,
it's going to be in there. Yep.
It's going to be. It's not going to take 3 days. Thank you.
When I was on
saying
cocaine,
that with my hair follicle, tried to say that I waited too long to let the drugs get out of my hair. They did a 10-pound hair follicle on me. You can't get past those.
They go
when
to 6
I was on cocaine habitually, I had drug tests popping up positive after 2 weeks. So yeah, if you're habitual, it's going to be in your system.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I passed that.
Not for DCF. My drug tests weren't for DCF. I just want to clear that up. Sorry.
Okay.
My drug tests were for my doctor for Suboxone.
Oh, okay. And I bet that wasn't good enough for them. They could have just easily saw that with your drug test, right?
Well,
drug test.
Oh no, this is what. No, I just this is. I never failed a drug test for CPS. This was after like my kids were adults. I relapsed again in 2019, and I used till no, it was 2020. I relapsed, not 19. I'm getting my years mixed up. It was 2020, and I used until August of 2021, I think. Yeah.
And you're good now, like you're clean and stuff.
Yeah, especially now that I've left Florida and I've been doing a lot of self-work. I'm a lot better now. I don't have I would have the urge. It would be the urge to use because I would be like dealing with triggers and flashbacks and things like that. And I wasn't in a safe place then. So, but I have no urge to use drugs.
Yeah.
And it's because I'm at peace with myself now.
And that's good.
Like
that's great.
I wouldn't be talking about this with you guys if it weren't, you know?
Yeah, it would have been triggering you by now. It would have been triggering somebody to talk about. I could have talked about this years ago either. I would have been talking about drugs and me not getting high would have made me want to get high. So, but in the beginning when they took her, I was struggling. I wanted to go home, like I said, and I couldn't leave and they couldn't pick up my daughter. And I had something written I think a year ago prior to that if something like that would have happened, my grandmother could come and pick up my daughter and I give temporary custody to her. And I written it a certain way that, that would allow her to. Got it notarized, everything. That didn't hold up in court at all. And so the day before that they took her, everything was checking out. They even wrote in the notes that she was well taken care of, clean, good relationship with me and her family, blase. So everything was good. Law enforcement didn't want to take her. So the last thing they wanted me to do is get an order of protection against her father. And because I had some kind of issues with him on and off, more verbally abusive he was to me than physically. But I was supposed to get an order of protection. I sat in court all day. waited. They didn't call me, so they said to come back the next day. What was that? Oh, this you talking to me?
Oh okay. No, I'm sorry. I was talking to my dog.
You're talking to.
I was talking to Dick.
I wouldn't want to say his name on live. Anyway, so they I go back. I come at like 10 o'clock that night. I get a nasty phone call from the social worker saying, "Where the hell were you? Blah blah blah. You left when you weren't supposed to." I was like, she's like, "Come back tomorrow. Don't let this happen again." I was like, okay. So she's like, also bring your daughter because, you know, they wanted to see her yesterday too. I didn't think anything of it. I'm not naive about that stuff, but I brought her with me. So right before we went to go get the order of protection, they said, meet us at the ACS building. I was like, okay. I thought we were supposed to go to the courthouse. So I met them there. They said, you know, well, Lexi, which is my daughter, they said, well, let her go play with they have like a daycare, which I let her play there for the entire week. I had to deal with them in the office. So when she left and those doors closed, they turned around and said, listen, we have the means and the ability to do emergency removal. And that's how they removed my daughter. So,
oh my God.
I wanted to flip the fuck, excuse my language, the fuck out. Her daughter, her father didn't come with me that day. I had to deal with this shit myself. And going back on the train to go tell him that they just took her daughter. They just took her. She was
That's
2 years in my
moment when that happens. You know, like your heart sinks, dude. Everything just like, I know that feeling. I know how you felt when that happened, you know. It's something you can't really put into words, but it's something that doesn't ever go away.
It still doesn't. It's been 5 years yesterday.
That's your baby.
The case started, and it's 5 years on the 26th that she's been taken away. She was not even 3 years old, and seeing all these pictures and stuff on Facebook. And it's sad that a lot of us have to stalk our own children to see what the fuck they're doing in life.
Yeah.
And so anyway, the case has been going on. So right now, my rights has been terminated as of June 6th or June 7th. I'd rather not think about it, but so I wrote a couple of things down why they terminated my rights, and because I don't know if you guys are gonna laugh or get pissed off about this one. So
we're gonna get pissed.
The trial.
Yeah, I'm pissed more than likely.
Yeah, the trial was supposed to be trial was supposed to be April of 2020, I believe. Yeah, no, 21. Okay, so her father died. That, even though we fought, that was the only true love I've ever had. The only guy I've ever loved my whole life. He died. And when he got sober, we started mending our relationship and everything. And he went to go visit our daughter that day. They never told him that, hey, we're canceling your visitation, blah, blah, blah. He was bringing her, like, I think Christmas and birthday presents, because her birthday is on January 2nd. So he was crushed. And I don't know if this is true or not, but they said he died of an overdose in his the facility he was staying at, a sober, like halfway house or whatever it was. So he died December 30th, and literally 2 weeks later, his family was petitioning me again and calling CPS saying they want to go after me for custody again.
You know, trauma is the gateway drug, and instead of helping addicts deal with their trauma, they vilify us, and like trauma is the fucking gateway drug.
They treat us like lepers of like
the
community or something, and it's sad.
Yeah, but they could put the kids with the child molesters and the sex traffickers, but not with people that have had issues with an addiction and that have gotten help and moved past it.
Exactly.
Bullshit.
And
I call bullshit.
the best counselors for addicts are recovering addicts themselves.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. I never would thought of that when I was clean. And then I saw that. I was like, listen, but you take CPS workers. I'm not going to want to have advice about how to be a freaking parent from someone who doesn't have a fucking kid themselves. Like, and doesn't barely have a degree.
Dude.
So
it's funny you say that. Back when CPS was in my life, one of the multiple times that they were called on me, my kids had outside toys, and this little bitch, she must have just turned 21 or something. This little bitch, like I used to have fight in me, then that fight went away. It was when the fight went away I turned to drugs, but this little bitch, she shows up to my house at 9:00 at night with a friend. She did all this shit for herself. And she's, I cussed, not in a rude way, but I cussed, Yeah. And she's wanting to tell me that I shouldn't be doing that. And then she starts, and honestly, and it's not often that I say this, but she was Black, and I highly believe she was racist, and she seen me as one of them white girls. She was going to push around, but she shows up to my house with a friend, and she starts talking about a trash bag in the yard by the porch, literally right by the steps. And I'm like, why don't you look in that fucking trash bag? And that's when she made that comment about that. But I wish I could remember this, but I put that little bitch in her place and had her removed immediately from my case. I'm like, I am not about to have some 21-year-old girl show up at my house with her friend after a night of drinking and try to push me around. Like, it doesn't work like that. She was showing off for a friend. Like,
that's completely unprofessional if you're in that.
Exactly. And I would love to, I'm pretty sure that she's probably not a worker now, because I would hope that she wouldn't be a worker now, but and hopefully she's grown from that since then. But she just wanted to throw her weight around.
That's horrible. Like, there's so much corruption going on. Like, and they're just doing it blatantly and trying to get it. And they think they're not going to get caught. It's like, whoa! Like they're just brazen now with it, aren't they?
Yeah.
You need to read that book by Carlos. What is his Morales? Legally Kidnapped, and he's one of the top whistleblowers of CPS.
Interesting.
He
definitely
goes
have to look into that
shit. Yeah,
definitely. So with that being said, we're going to segue into the last segment. We're going to cover some corruption with the Las Vegas Clark County School District Board of Trustees corruption going on out here. So we covered that last Thursday, and we're going to share with you the article and some of the clips we got from that. So let's begin this.
Stop it.
I can't read.
This shit's crazy.
Hey, Dottie, you want to mute your mic?
Oh, sorry.
All right. All right, so here we go. Lola Express. CCSD Board of Trustees corruption exposed. Lola Express CCSD Board of Trustees corruption exposed. This article will focus on the events that occurred during the October 13th, 2022 CCSD Board of Trustees meeting at 5 p.m. PST. To get brought up to speed on the CCSD Board of Trustees corruption issue, check out our previous article, CCSD Board of Trustees Timeline. Also, don't forget to check out our article on Mr. Bayless's story, CCSD Legal System for Due Process for SPED Exposed, a Father's Battle, on our sister site, newsforus.world. Lola Express, CCSD Board of Trustees corruption exposed. Before we get into the events that occurred during the meeting, I want to briefly touch on the interference I was getting when I'm trying to set up the live stream for this meeting. One of the first things I do when preparing a live stream is open my Restream account dashboard. Restream is a multi-streaming service that allows you to stream to multiple platforms simultaneously. Below is a screenshot of the notification I received on my Restream dashboard shortly after attempting to start the live stream of the CCSD board meeting on October 13th, 2022. And as you can see, it says issue, intermittent issue streaming detected. I've never had that issue ever before. So I suspect they were trying to jam my my connection or bottleneck it. After multiple attempts to get the live stream going, I managed to get the live stream because you know they must not have been happy about us getting the jump on them on the 29th meeting of last month when they were doing Jarro's review, trying to do it all behind the scenes. I managed to get the live stream working through Facebook directly about 45 minutes into the board meeting after having caught the CCSD board, aka the Lola Express, off guard. And you'll find out why I'm using that term here in a minute. You'll get it. It's an inside joke, folks, but you'll get it. Just wait till the end of the article. Off guard on September 29th, 2022, when they held that special board meeting on Jarro's review, in which they did not announce to the public. It does not surprise me that they would have tried to stop me from streaming this time. But alas, the Lola Express could not stop the truth from being broadcast. With that being said, let's begin our coverage on the Lola Express meeting itself. I'm just kind of trolling them here in the process. For the purposes of this article, we will stick to the most relevant parts of this meeting, namely the corruption with the SPED, special education money, as it pertains to Mr. Bayless's case and the issue in general. Let's begin with the board's discussion in regards to SPED and the federal funding therein. Daniel Ford kicks off this portion of the meeting by asking the questions on everyone's mind. That's Daniel, Trustee Ford, but which no one will on the board except her will talk about or bring up. This segment is from the board discussion right before they opened up item 5.01 for public comment on non-agenda items. It should be noted that at time code 4 minutes and 52 seconds into the video down here, Trustee Cavazos brings up a clarification regarding the federal funding in regard to SPED. She then makes this shocking statement in response to Trustee Lola Brooks' clarification. We are already required to meet federal guidelines. We're just not doing so. So basically, folks, she admitted and acknowledged that they're not meeting federal guidelines when it comes to the funding for SPED. They're acknowledging that. Not willingly, of course, they tried to, you'll see in the video, but Trustee Linda Cavazos, CCSD Board of Trustees member, CCSD October 13th, 2022 at time code 1543 on the video below. So this is basically the whole segment and discussion where they're talking about this issue. Danielle Ford, Trustee Danielle Ford had basically asked the question, kind of got the whole thing going pretty much with her question, which was great. Kudos to you. She's probably like one of the only people up there representing us, the people right now. So I just want to give a shout out, much respect, and we appreciate what you're doing for us, Danielle. And then, so anyway, so we go down here, we're going to watch this. It's about 19 minutes long, and then we're going to segue into the rest of the article, and there's some more videos after that.
There, all right, Trustee Ford.
I don't have a second to that. I wanted to ask if we're able to bring up the first one again or not.
Give us a little bit more, Trustee Ford. First one.
The first section of student learning.
I think we're seeking legal counsel, whether we can reopen the item we just voted on.
I think we could vote on more to be added in. It's not an agenda item. Go back to it. It is fully down.
Thank you, Ms. Melich. So I'm hearing Trustee Ford would like to reopen or just revisit.
Yeah.
So go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'd actually something like push for additional funding to provide federally required services, supports, and minutes to for IEP students and 504 students. And I think I would like Trustee Cavazos' opinion on that, as I feel like she had an idea already before I put mine out there.
Thank you, Trustee Ford. I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. I had basically was going to ask for about the same thing. I had just put together something that was kind of broad. I know Mr. Story's going to look at me like that's not specific enough, but I was going to say I would like an item added that stipulates that we are meeting all federal regulations regarding our special needs students in regard to IEP assessments. I don't know if that is worded correctly. That was the best I could do in like about 2 minutes. So
could you please repeat that, Trustee Cavazos? Could you please repeat your motion or your request?
Yes. I would like an item added. I believe that it would probably come under student learning. I was not aware, I don't think any of us were aware that our methodology was going to be that we were going to chunk it, so I wasn't prepared for that. So I would like an item added that stipulates that we are meeting all federal regulations regarding our special needs students in regard to IEP assessments.
Forgive me, Trustee Ford, I see you in the queue. I'd love to turn it over to you.
Thank you. I am supportive of that language. I just think it's important that we add at the beginning funding for. Otherwise, it's going to be an unfunded mandate.
Exactly. That's kind of understood with me, funding. So we could add that.
And we can get more
Ask for the
specific
funding.
later on. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. So, do you want to go ahead and make the motion or to add it? I want to make sure it's.
No, you can go ahead.
It sounded like a friendly amendment. Trustee Ford's on friendly amendments.
Okay, yeah, just that it's funding for anything federally required, services, supports, and minutes.
I would be fine with the friendly amendment.
Cool. And I think is that good enough for you guys to do? Okay, thank you.
Are we clear on what we're voting on? To my colleagues. I think I'm speaking to thank you for my colleague. Are there any additional questions? I see Trustee Brooks in the queue.
Clear of the motion. I would be supportive of a motion that said something like ensuring the state supports students that require individual educational plans, something like that. But I don't think I could support there's not enough clarity in this statement for me. So if you want to repeat it and clarify, I'll try to get on board, but I'm not quite there.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Trustee Ford.
It's as clear as a lot of the items in here already. And I'll say mine was additional funding to be able to provide federal required services, supports, and minutes for IEP and 504 students. And then whatever else language is now on the record and in the minutes that I believe Mr. Story and Mrs. Haddad and our attorneys can go and figure that out.
Allow me one moment, please. Trustee Brooks, what additional that helped with clarity?
I don't think it's up to our staff to figure it out. The board is supposed to come to
They wrote the whole thing originally.
Right, and I gave them very specific, like I feel like they would be able to follow the instructions I gave them, and
I think you just reworded what Trustee Cavazos and I said originally, and that it was pretty clear. And we got nods from everybody that it was good to go before you made your suggestion.
Board, I think there's a point to seek additional clarity.
Well, when I do, you don't let me talk about it.
I'm trying to help you.
I'm good. I've said it 3 times. I don't need any more help, but I appreciate it.
What I'm understanding this motion is to add an additional bullet item to the already existing bullet points plus the ones that we've already agreed to earlier, and specifically to asking the state to provide additional funding to support IEP students who have IEP needs. No? Okay, this is why we're seeking clarity. So Trustee Cavazos, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, you were close, Madam Vice Chair, and I think that we can clear this up pretty quickly. Basically, the only thing that was changed by Trustee Ford's friendly amendment was just to be sure that we said asking for additional funding and stipulating that we would be meeting all federal regulations regarding our special needs students in regard to IEP assessment. And with that, I'd like to call for the vote. Call the question.
Okay, is there a second to the call the question? Trustee Ford?
Need a second to call the question.
Sorry, is you a second?
I second that.
Excellent, thank you. All right, trustees. The call to the question essentially ends debate and requires us to vote. I'd like to this time ask trustees to cast their ballot, their vote. to call the question, trustee Cepeda?
Nay.
Okay. That vote passes 5-1, noting trustee Guzman is not present. Okay, so that does end our debate and requires us to vote on the motion.
We're going to vote on not helping IB to.
Okay, thank you so much for, I'd like to, at this point in time, request trustees vote on their mic for the motion on the table.
Can I have, and I do apologize for not being here, like being there in person. I do not feel well. But I guess I have a question about the language, and it's more for council, because it sounded like, I guess I'm asking that the language not put us in any legal liability. And I'm just asking that the language that we provide won't put us in a legally questionable space.
Thank you, trustee Cepeda. I think it sounds like we have some questions for you, as council has questions for you.
President Secretary. President Secretary.
I couldn't hear you.
I said, in what regard?
I feel like it's making the insinuation that we're not following federal guidelines, or at least willfully not doing so. And I don't think any principal is out, or teacher is out there willfully not wanting to follow the law. I'm supportive of seeking additional funds for students. I just want to make sure that language isn't saying that we're not following the law.
I don't know that that's going to be an issue, because I think your fellow colleagues sitting on the dais right now are confused really as to the verbiage. So I know, but I think that there are trustees on the dais who are just present for data. So I think we've got to go to the vote at this point.
Thank you. So yes, we have to call. We've already called the vote. We've ended debates. Now at this time, trustees are. I've asked all trustees to vote. Trustee Cavazos, are you casting your vote? Forgive me. There is no more discussion at this time. We are voting on what some members have. Already a smorgasbord of motions. That is what we are voting on. There is a limited clarity that exists, and so we are. Thank you, Trustee Ford, for that language. We are going to move forward because a question has been called. We are now moving forward with the vote. So, Trustee Cavazos, thank you so much for casting your vote. Trustee Cepeda?
It's difficult because I will say, yeah, I'm supportive of funding students. I still don't know about this language.
Yeah.
Trustee Cepeda, we need your vote in either way.
I said yay, even though I still don't understand fully the language and that clarity is not provided.
Can we go back, please, to the vote tally? Thank you, Trustee. I know Tech is working on getting this. Thank you so much. So that motion fails. I'd like that is 3-3, noting Trustee Guzman is not present. It looks like there are some trustees in the queue who may want to. Oh, forgive me, Dr. Jara. I think you have like to add. Go ahead.
I do, Madam Vice President, members of the board. I think for more than me listening, I think we all support additional funding, but that's what the reason I apologize for chiming in. But what are we going to write? I think that's what we need for clarity in the motion, so we can write it when I motion to our chief of comms and government relations. When we come back, we want to make sure that we have the exact language. So that's what I would ask, So then there's clarity in what we are going to put in the legislative platform from this board. So it's the appropriate language. So we need clarity because we don't want to then come back and have this conversation again on the 27th when we bring in another final draft.
Thank you, Dr. Durham. I'd actually try this motion again. My motion is to, in the support under student services, student learning, under student learning, add an additional bullet points of what are currently exists and what we voted on earlier to ensure adequate funding of students with special needs, special abilities. Again, my motion on the floor is that it is in support of ensuring adequate funding for students with the highest need. I think I need to flesh that language out, but I have something along those lines. I see Trustee Brooks is in the queue. Go ahead, Trustee Brooks.
Thank you. I am supportive of a new motion, and if the maker of the motion would be amenable to this language, it would be additional state level support, including funding for students with IEP.
Thank you. I actually would like for you to make that motion. I'm happy to refuse.
Okay. So I'd like to add a bullet point under student learning under support for additional state level support, including funding for students with IEPs.
I'd like to second that motion. Trustees, we have a motion on the floor. We also have trustees in the queues. Trustee Ford.
I just want to say thank you so much for being able to bring that item forward. And I'm sure we'll hear all about it in the press release that comes after this meeting. Thank you, Trustee Brooks, Trustee Garcia Morales, for your courage on this. Truly, it's appreciated.
Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I know that there has already been a motion made in a second, but one of the primary things was left out, and that was meeting all federal regulations. Was that included? Could we repeat that? I'm just asking for clarification.
Go ahead, Trustee Brooks.
Any thing that we put in this is substantially lower than federal guidelines, and my motion stands. Thank you.
I'm not sure I understand that. It's substantially under not having to meet federal guidelines?
But regardless of what we put in this paper, we're required to legally meet federal guidelines.
We are already required to meet federal guidelines. We're just not doing so. And I do not want to say,
did everybody hear that? She said, I'm going to rewind it just back to what Lola Brooks said before she rephrased it when Linda or Trustee I forget. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't even remember her last name. I don't want to mispronounce it. Anyways, Cavazos. That's right. My bad. All right. So Cavazos called it out. Or asked her to clarify. So I'm going to rewind it to that point, folks, because I want you to pay attention.
Having to meet federal guidelines.
We also have trustees in the queues. Trustee Ford.
I just want to say thank you so much for being able to bring that item forward. And I'm sure we'll hear all about it in the press release that comes after this meeting. Thank you, Trustee Brooks, Trustee Garcia Morales, for your courage on this. Truly, it's appreciated.
Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I know that there has already been a motion made in a second, but one of the primary things was left out, and that was meeting all federal regulations. Was that included? Could we repeat that? I'm just asking for clarification. Go ahead, Trustee Brooks.
Any thing that we put in this is substantially lower than federal guidelines, and my motion stands. Thank you.
I'm not sure I understand that. It's substantially under not having to meet federal guidelines.
But regardless of what we put in this paper, we're required to legally meet federal guidelines.
We are already required to meet federal guidelines. We're just not doing so. And I do not want to say, I just want to say that,
Cavazos, forgive me. I'm not going to entertain that behavior from the audience.
I'm not either.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Right. I just want to make sure that we know that nothing is being willfully done wrong. And I do appreciate President Sabella bringing that up as far as about the liability, but I don't think that anything is willfully being done wrong. It's just not being done. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Trustees, at this time, before we move forward, I'd like to give Trustee Sabella an opportunity to ask any questions that may help.
It's okay, I understand.
Thank you. Right, trustees, at this time, I'd like for you to. Trustees, at this time, I'd like for you to pass your vote, please. Trustee Sabella?
Aye.
Trustees, that motion passes 6-0, noting Trustee Guzman is not present. All right. Good work, trustees. Moving on to Ernie, moving on. Any other movements? No, that's it. It looks like cases. We have not approved on the opposed. Todd, do you have? Okay, go ahead. Yes.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Vice President, Trustees, Superintendent Jar. There is the opposed section.
Thank you, John. I appreciate you helping us stay on track here. Trustee Brooks, go ahead.
Thank you. I move to approve anything else that is in the paper. I don't think there's anything else that is interested.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. I'd like to make a second. Trustees, at this time, I'd like for you to please cast your vote. Trustee Sabella?
Aye.
That motion passes 5-1, noting Trustee Guzman is not present. Mr. Story, Ms. Todd, hi. Is there any, do you have enough information to make edits to this document that will help you?
Yes. Yes, Madam Vice President, we do. We will be able to pull all this together. We'll go back through the video in a minute to make sure that we capture the language correctly. And then just as one final measure to make sure that you understand that the other BDRs that are included here is what we have projected as of September 23rd. We will continue to follow that. Those numbers are increasing finally. We anticipate that list will grow ever longer. But thank you for the direction tonight, and we will get back to you with the document.
Thank you both for your time and your support, and I look forward to the continuous conversations. Have a good evening.
Okay, so next. All right. So that was this video right here. In response to Linda Cavazos acknowledging that federal guidelines are not currently being met, the audience begins to clap their hands for Trustee Cavazos having the courage to tell the truth, at which point Trustee Morales interjects and stops Trustee Cavazos mid-sentence to scold the audience. Time code 15 minutes and 55 seconds on that video. I'm not going to entertain that behavior from the audience, is what Morales said. That's a quote. Evelyn Garcia Morales, CCSD Board of Trustees Vice President, CCSD, October 13, 2022, at time code 15 minutes, 55 seconds on the video below. The Lola Express, as I'm starting to call it, meeting then segues into item 5.01 public comment on items not listed as action items on the agenda, beginning with kindergarten teacher Amy Pritchard as she airs her grievances about the board not being in compliance with Nevada State Law Senate Bill 293, which is a labor law. Following Amy Pritchard, Mr. James Bayless is called to the podium. Here is our coverage of this segment. So we're going to go to that next.
Mr. Bayless, after Mr. Bayless, Melissa Moreno, Juanita Cole, and then Connor Schreiber.
This is public comment, right? Off agenda? Okay, cool. Speak freely. So, obviously, we've been going around since October, but I just would like you to know the board. You see my gentleman back there? He's streaming to the city, state, and actually market the federal buildings. So he got to watch all that great stuff today. So I just want to address, since we've been talking about SPED, when are we going to address Daniel E. Bahara and the illegal activities that he's addressing? Remember the arrest report that we didn't access? Why is his address sitting right there? He's the AG. Why is the AG building on a police report that comes from a school? That's my question of the century. Why isn't the Attorney General the Director of Compliance? Isn't that not a conflict of interest? And you talk about so many different, you guys are throwing funding for following the law. You're supposed to follow the law without the money. We all are. Everybody in this building has to follow the law. You guys are nobody special. And I don't understand like a lot of things, like a lot of these people I actually love to death, but I'm just curious, like I've been sitting on sports since October. I thought this was a trustee board, not a Lola board. It seems like
and thus the phrase gets coined, Lola Express.
Like whatever she says goes. And I understand she speaks for the man and man himself, but Jesus, Christmas. There are a lot of things should not be able to pass with just a straight bully charge. It's not right. The fact that my kid's been ignored since October and not one person on this board has even contacted me about nothing. That's a major issue. We're talking about SPED kids. This arrest report. This was the Madam Chair's school, Fremont. Not even the Madam Chair has addressed it. She was there. This was her year she was in. That was her school. Why hasn't she addressed it? She goes on camera, just on 108, was talking about how she appreciates children and how they shouldn't be incarcerated. But her school incarcerated my kid. So why hasn't she addressed it? I've been up here talking about it since I got here. And she has yet to address it. So again, I see she's quick to snap at Miss Ford. I see she's quick to snap at Miss Williams and whoever else disagrees with her. How about she snaps on the phone and calls somebody? Have a good day.
Let's take another look at Mr. Bayless's segment from this Lola Express meeting from another angle. And this is from my Google Pixel 2 XL 4K resolution phone camera, folks. And this is better because we get good reaction video from some of the board members. So you guys are these are priceless. Now just pay attention to these reactions, folks. Why would they be reacting in such a way? Certain members, this guy right here being one. I want you to pay attention to how he reacts on this video, folks. So let me bring it up over here.
Mr. Bayless, after Mr. Bayless, Melissa Moreno.
Gentleman back there, he's streaming to the city, state, and actually market the federal building. So he got to watch all that great stuff today. So I just want to address, since we've been talking about SPED, when are we going to address Daniel E. Bahara and the illegal activities that he's addressing? Remember the arrest report that we didn't access? Why is his address sitting right there? He's the AG. Why is the AG's building on a police report that comes from a school? That's my question of the century. Why isn't the Attorney General the Director of Compliance? Isn't that not a conflict of interest? And you talk about so many different, you guys are throwing funding for following the law. You're supposed to follow the law without the money. We all are. Everybody in this building has to follow the law.
Yep.
You guys are nobody special. And I don't understand like a lot of things, like a lot of these people I actually love to death, but I'm just curious, like I've been sitting on sports since October. I thought this was a trustee board, not a Lola board. It seems like whatever she says goes.
Lola Express.
And I understand she speaks for the man and man himself, but Jesus, Christmas. And a lot of things should not be able to pass with just a straight bully charge. It's not right. The fact that my kid's been ignored since October and not one person on this board has even contacted me about nothing, that's a major issue. We're talking about sped kids. This arrest report. This was the Madam Chair's school, Fremont. Not even the Madam Chair has addressed it.
Did you guys see that look he gave? He just turned, he looked down and then he looked up briefly and had that little grin on his face. You guys see that? I wonder what she told him. Check this out. We're going to watch it again. I want you guys to pay attention to how he looks when he reacts, when she tells him something, whispers in his ear. Check it out. I bet she was trying to tell him, oh, there's no way he could stream out of the building. We got it covered. But little did they know we were streaming live on Facebook the whole time.
Madam Chair has addressed it. She was there. This was her year. She was in.
We're a hell of
that was her school.
You just need
Why
to
hasn't she addressed it?
She ain't going to win.
She goes on camera just on 108 was talking about how she appreciates children and how they shouldn't be incarcerated. But her school incarcerated my kid. So why hasn't she addressed it? I've been up here talking about it since I got here. And she has yet to address it. So again, I see she's quick to snap at Miss Ford. I see she's quick to snap at Miss Fremont. School, Fremont. Not even the major issue. We're talking about sped kids. This arrest report. This was the Madam Chair's school, Fremont. Not even the Madam Chair. This was the Madam Chair's school, Fremont.
You guys see
Not
that?
even the Madam Chair.
Look at that.
This was the Madam Chair's school, Fremont. Not even the
That's
Madam
creepy.
Chair.
You see that
This
look?
was the Madam Chair's school, Fremont. Not even the Madam Chair has addressed it. She was there.
Anyway.
This was her year. She was in.
That was important.
That was her school. Why hasn't she addressed it? She goes on camera just on 108 was talking about how she appreciates children and how they shouldn't be incarcerated. But her school incarcerated my kid. So why hasn't she addressed it? I've been up here talking about it since I got here. And she has yet to address it. So again, I see she's quick to snap at Miss Ford. I see she's quick to snap at Miss Williams and whoever else disagrees with her. How about she snaps on the phone and calls somebody? Have a good day.
Melissa Moreno, and Juanita Cole.
Just look at those reactions. Absolutely telling and priceless. Mr. Bayless also provided members of the board, Lola Express, in my words, and some of the audience with proof of a cover-up of his son's police report from the November 8th, 2019 incident at Fremont Middle School perpetrated by the Clark County School District and Daniel Ibihara, CCSD Director of Compliance. Below are the documents Mr. Bayless passed out to the members of the board, aka Lola Express. This document is the declaration of the custodian of records regarding Mr. Bayless' request for the police report from the November 8th, 2019 incident, which occurred at Fremont Middle School. And it goes on to say that no records exist. Basically, so I'm just going to briefly read it. Mercedes Pinheiro declares as follows. I am employed by the Clark County School District as a secretary, third in the Student Records Services Department. 2, this declaration is made of my personal knowledge, except where stated on information and belief. As to those matters, I believe them to be true. 3, on or about April 13th, 2021, Student Records Services received a signed release seeking certain records pertaining to Bayless, date of birth from the law offices of Adams Esquire. 4, after a diligent search of the records within the possession, custody, or control of Student Records Services, I determined that Student Records Services does not have any documents that are responsive to the request. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct. Executed on April 14th, 2021. Okay. There's a signature. Here's the cover letter. When the request made, it's got digitally signed, got the seal on it and everything. Okay. So that's their own response. Okay. They're claiming it doesn't exist. According to the custodian of records, no records exist or for this request. Next, we have the actual police report for the incident, which Mr. Bayless was requesting records for in the document above. He was unable to obtain it from CCSD via a records request. However, he managed to obtain a copy of the report in exchange for a copy from an unnamed source inside CCSD. So here's that police report right there, right? And basically what happened, folks, is his son was unjustly accused by another kid of saying that he had a gun in his backpack and all this bullshit when his son never said anything of the sort. The kid lied, but they arrested his son anyway, and he was spent a whole night in juvie, and it was a whole big fucking thing. But they tried to cover it up because they turned out they fucked up, you know. So it was a big, you know. So they were trying to obviously cover that up with that record request. So we have the report right here. Okay, so that's basically what the second document is. This document contradicts the first document. So they're lying, basically, is what it says. Is what it's telling us, evidence-wise. These two documents paint a clear and concise picture. An attempt to cover up the police report from Mr. Bailey's son's November 8th, 2019 incident, which occurred at Fremont Middle School in Las Vegas, Nevada. It should be noted that current board president, Madam Irene Cepeda, was the trustee responsible for the district which Fremont Middle School resides in at the time of the incident. This board meeting was by far one of the most out-of-touch meetings I have ever witnessed. Clearly a complete and utter circus. Being anything but a rational board meeting, this just begins to look more and more like the Lola Express. Let's take a look at what some of the other public speakers said regarding special education money at this Lola Express meeting. Okay, so this is going to be we're going to play all the rest of the public speakers who spoke when the ones that spoke regarding the sped issue. There we go.
So for the last time, thank you, Trustee Cavazos, for the acknowledgement. I appreciate that.
You guys did awesome.
I also want to acknowledge Laura.
Hey, President, you guys need a recording to have.
She was also a finalist for Nevada Teacher of the Year, and so I want to put that on the record because she is an amazing educator and does a lot for the district. So I'm here to talk about Teachers Health Trust. What? It's crazy. It's so bad. So I'm still diabetic. That's not gonna go away unless anyone has a spare pancreas. Toss my way, that'd be cool. But until that happens, I would like my medicine like covered because I basically live under my desk at my school. So like I would like my contractually required healthcare to be decent. Because yet another medicine has been denied by Teachers Health Trust. And then like my fun little Dexcom thingy that makes me look like a cyborg. It now costs $30 to scan it at the doctor's office. So every single time I go, and I didn't know that until I got a bill that said, hey, you owe us $90. And I said, no, I paid all my stuff. And they're like, oh yeah, your insurance doesn't cover this anymore. And I find out because I get a bill. And I have an awesome doctor's office who knows that THT is garbage and they take care of a lot of teachers, right? Because he can afford to, right? His clinic is large enough that he can afford to let teachers slide for a while. Not a lot of clinics and offices will do that. So we're still losing a lot of medical care. If I don't have insulin, I die, right? And I know for some people that would be quite convenient because I've had people from CCA tell me that if I died, I would finally be quiet. That was the first time they came and talked to the board years ago. And in the 8 years I've been here, it's never been good. And in the 8 years I've been here, I've always needed insulin. I'm always going to need it. But you have teachers who are leaving this district because there is not adequate health care. There is no reason it should be billed for $30 to scan a medical device that takes 20 seconds. There's no reason for me to be denied insulin because there's one that's $2 cheaper when my doctors and myself, we know my medical routine and we know what I need. You're losing teachers for so many reasons. I don't understand why the admin get good insurance, our police, our firefighters, they get good insurance. But teachers, we get treated like we're trash time and time and time again.
Jeremy Anderson. And Victoria Jones, and then Sarah Conlon.
My name is Jeremy Anderson. In late August, my son William, he has Down syndrome. He's 17 years old. He was assaulted in a bathroom while he was unattended. Not only was he sexually assaulted in the bathroom stall, in the closed bathroom stall, but it was videoed by 5 students and spread through the internet. I sat and listened last meeting to the grading system for our superintendent and the metric being used to give him the A grades that we got. And I look at you on, right now you're failing. You failed my son. You failed my family. And when I hear things, debates whether we should be federally compliant, I'm disgusted. As a CCSD student and a graduate of Durango High School, I want to throw up every time that I drop my son off at school. I have not slept through the night since it happened. And I don't think anybody understands what me and my family have gone through with this. Because my phone calls have gone unanswered. When I spoke with law enforcement and asked to press charges, I was informed in writing that no laws had been broken. When I spoke with Mr. Bosecker, he also informed me that he was unsure if any laws had been broken. If we're unsure that filming over top of a closed bathroom stall is illegal, we have way bigger problems than any of you can even comprehend or handle. You should all be ashamed of yourself because this is where we're at.
Perkins, Sarah Connor.
Before we, I just want to say, I want to explain this for viewers who aren't from here. So Clark County School District recently has ranked as 49th in the whole country as far as our schools, as far as how bad they are and how effective. You know, we're the last place basically, folks. And on the story that guy told right there, that's a very common occurrence. We have a lot of racketeering going on here, but see, that's the problem. They're racketeering to spend money, folks, is what they're doing. And so all the kids that are disabled, they don't have that need the IEP or that's the independent, which stands for individualized education plan. Okay. And I'm going to tell you just, okay. I am myself a former CCSD sped student. Okay, folks. So this right here, doing what I'm doing right now is fucking poetic justice. I just want to say that because it fucking feels amazing to fucking be able to expose this shit and what they're doing to the kids now. Being one of them, that former one myself, and it's like they put us in this box, right? They tried to say, oh, we're special needs, yeah. But what they don't realize is, no, fucking, we were just fucking bored out of our minds. A lot of us are a hell of a lot smarter than most people realize. So when we played their little game, okay, yeah, we'll play your special game, but in reality, we're just waiting freaking till we grew up, man. Come back. So, boom, there you go. Look at us now. How you like me now?
And Hannah Binder. And then Hannah Comer.
Sarah Comer for the record. In secondary education, there are a handful of placements for special education. This is determined by the IEP team for each individual student. The highest levels of support are provided in a self-contained classroom. The lowest levels of support are provided in a completely general education classroom. And in the middle, you have resource and CC, or co-taught. In the case of resource and CC, a student will have minutes set aside in their IEP where they get specific support for that content area. For example, if a student has 90 minutes per week in ELA, they might end up in a resource English class. This class will have a maximum of 16 students and be taught by a special education teacher that specializes in ELA. This provides a much lower student to teacher ratio of 16:1 at most, compared to that of a fully general education classroom, which might have 40 plus students, giving it a 40+1 ratio of student to teacher. CC classes are supposed to sit as a similar or equivalent to resource. You will usually find English and math resource classes and social studies and science CC classes. The way a CC class works is that it has two rosters. One is for gen ed students who still might have IEPs but don't have minutes specified for that content area. And the other is for students with IEPs that have minutes for that content area. CC classes also have two teachers, one that specializes in the content area, like social studies teacher, and one special education teacher. Since CC is supposed to be on par with resource, it would make sense that the ratio would be similar. To get a 16:1 ratio, it would be 16 kids on each roster, CC and gen ed, and then two teachers. However, according to SSD and CCSD central office, there is no policy regarding the size or makeup of a CC class. It can have 45 kids and 20 of them can be on the CC roster. It can have 60 kids and 20 of them can be on the CC roster. I could come up with examples all day, and these are not frivolous random examples. These are real life examples happening in CCSD classes across the district. How does this serve these students? How does this support student achievement for all of the kids in these classrooms? How does this meet federal requirements of IDEA? It doesn't do any of those things. So I implore you, as a gen ed teacher of CC classes, as a mom with kids in CC classes, and as a concerned community member, please create an agenda item to discuss a policy on size and ratio of CC classes. And please include CC teachers and gen ed teachers in CC classes to this conversation. And then I just wanted to throw in there that my husband, under Teachers Health Trust, was also denied his life-sustaining insulin. And when I wrote to Teachers Health Trust, they replied and told me all the ways he had not been denied. And then 1 week later, we received the paper denial letter. So we had to go to CVS, and now every week he has to go get his insulin on a week-by-week basis. And it's this big drama. So there you go. Thank you so much.
Anna Binder for the record. Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Joya. So I missed a couple points earlier tonight, but NDE spent quite a bit of resources working with KnowledgeWorks earlier this year, and we had about a 3-month period of some really extensive meetings with them, kind of discussing SBL, student-based learning, and what does the portrait of a graduate look like? Because the state is acknowledging that not every person at the time they graduate high school is of the same ability, and how kids, most of the time, by the time they hit middle school, they know what they want to be when they grow up and have made a lot of decisions for themselves already. I believe next week there's a 2-day seminar, in-person seminar, to go over the results of all of that work, from teacher input, administrator input, community input, plus the state, and then, KnowledgeWorks is really great. So if you can attend, anybody listening, it's really great to get support, because if you go and look at like our state performance plan, you can Google that, when you go through all the different areas of criteria, at any given point, so like we have to sit on, I don't know how to explain it. So one section can cover 6 things, and that's one group, and so on and so on. And it's a really long document, I'm sorry. But throughout the document, no matter what group you look at, the parental involvement was only 3 to 4 people. 3 to 4 people. I mean, in the entire state community, listen, it doesn't take rocket scientists to participate in these things. They're very kind. They're very open. They want you to participate. But I also know that when we were prioritizing goals of the student-based learning, I was relentless in not allowing them to push the timetable to implement it further down the road than today. And everyone in those meetings, because I kept showing up saying no, and I kept moving it back. Priority, priority. Because if we can't get to student-based learning, we are going to be here in 20 years looking at the same test results with the same proficiency levels. So I just wanted to point that out. 10 seconds. Reorg at ccsd.net is a nightmare. I've been poking around on it since it was brought out. Whoever writes the minutes at Mac Middle School is amazing. That needs to train people to write minutes.
Thank you, Hannah. Diana Bautista.
Diana Batista for the record. Thankfully, you've had a few minutes to allow me to calm down, to not blast you all about everything that I listened tonight during that agenda item. So I want to make it very clear, if it wasn't clear to certain people up here, but what she was advocating for was for funding for special ed to ensure that you could give the services and supports that our students need. It wasn't about accountability, but certainly that would have helped. And you would think if you weren't wanting to be accountable, that you want that funding to ensure that you're not in the place of being held accountable. I don't know why that is so difficult or why we have to sit here and argue and fight for that stuff. I'm a little bit shocked that some of us didn't even push that through. You sit here and it's sped parent after sped parent after sped parent and our sped children sitting here and they're begging for supports and help so that they can be, one, employed when they are adults and not homeless on the street, because I have 3 special ed kids. I have a senior. That is a conversation that I have with him every day. You can go and get educated, and guess what? You may still have somebody who doesn't want to hire you because you don't have the social skills. You don't have the training. You don't have the ability to get yourself to work independently. These are the conversations that I have with my kids every single day. And if it's not that, then I'm in IEP meetings every single day. And your staff, Melody Thompson, by the way, this last week, running one of my parents in a meeting, saying it's all about how much money you want to spend litigating against us, parents. It's all about, guess what, whether or not the IHOs are going to rule in your favor. Because let me tell you something, parents, they're not. I don't know what meeting she's been in. Let me tell you something. They're not when they're under my watch. So I don't know what the heck is going on. You would think that you would want the money. You guys love the money so much. I saw notes being taken down when we're sitting here talking about money. It is incredible because our children, I sit here on a daily basis, and there isn't a day that I don't want to put advocacy. And you want to know why? Because I know that I can sit here and write the minutes in. There's likelihood, guess what? There's going to be nobody ensuring that that child gets the minutes when I leave that IEP meeting. There are supports and services that our children need, and they're begging for help. I don't understand why it is that I have to sit here and get to a point of screaming and yelling. It is crazy. Thank you for passing it, but it shouldn't come to this. And I'm sitting here and I'm telling you over and over and over again, I will help you. That employee that couldn't get a job, I'm willing to help her. Let me go in there and observe and see what I can do and talk to her. These are accommodations that we can get. That, by the way, you're liable to still give her ADA accommodations at work. I don't know if you know that. So it wasn't about liability under federal law. You were already liable. I don't even understand why your attorneys aren't discussing this and ensuring that you're informed of that.
All right, so we got all those videos, folks. Now, the admission by board, Lola Express member Cavazos, in conjunction with the reactions and the reactions by Jara and others after Mr. Bayless started to speak, in addition to all the evidence provided by Mr. Bayless and all the public speakers regarding the SPED issue in agenda item 5.01 public comment, we can clearly conclude that there is definitely some shady business going on behind the scenes. And we can further conclude that there is a concerted effort to cover up this fact. This is apparent because of the subsequent attempt to silence the public speakers from being seen on the CCSD live broadcast, in addition to the fact that comments have also been turned off, as well as many other obvious factors. The main takeaway from all of this is that we, the people, are fighting back. We have them, Lola Express, on the defensive now. Now is the time to start showing up in droves, folks. If you have a grievance you would like to speak on, but don't feel heard by the board because of the censorship, just know this. We are going to be covering every CCSD board aka Lola Express meeting, for the foreseeable future in order to keep an independent record of these meetings for posterity. We will also be inviting members of the public to air their grievances on our platform so they can have a visual record of their grievances without censorship. If you would like to schedule an interview to air your grievances, please send an email to ccsdpublic_comment_interviews@politicallyincorrectness.com. So we're going to be doing that, and we're going to be covering that live. I just got a full-size tripod. We're going to be going closer up to the front and capturing it all, putting them in the hot seat, make sure they know we're watching. The only way to do it at this point, folks. So that's what's going on with that, everybody, with the CCSD issue. What do you all think about that? What I just covered. I want to hear all you guys' take. Dottie, Jessica, Jen, Jaclyn, you might want to unmute yourselves.
That's awesome shit going on there.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's awesome stuff going on.
I know that was a big freaking. That was huge. That was a huge accomplishment pulling that off, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Dude, that was huge, man. That was freaking awesome.
How
though.
they were all like just.
Dude, you can tell they're scared. They know.
Yeah,
they
like,
know.
they're mad
You can
about it,
tell by the
too.
looks. They're complicit in some way or fashion. A lot of them.
They're mad about it.
They said, "Yeah, we're breaking the law."
Breaking the law. Breaking the
Breaking
law.
the law. Breaking the law. Breaking the law. Breaking the law.
Breaking the law.
And then he
I'm going off the rails on the crazy train.
Saying that.
Go ahead.
I said my second favorite part was the part that you got her recorded saying that.
Right? I know we were prepared for that, dude, and she just like it
Good
just happened. To, my buddy was not even expecting that, and he said it caught him so off guard. When we were on the drive back, driving home, he was like in shock. Like he was like, "I can't believe she said that. I never expected that."
Yeah. He was like, "Score!"
Right. And then with what he revealed and with what he dropped when because he did his public comment right after that happened, right after she said that, like no more than 15 minutes after it, like literally right after. So that compounded with that what he dropped was like boom, double whammy, no triple whammy, really, because he had two pieces of evidence.
So what kind of outlook or outcome are you expecting to have from all this?
He's got an active lawsuit right now, civil, and they're going to be pursuing a criminal one too. He's going for nothing less.
Yeah,
than
but
drugs.
is it going to change the school? Like, are they going to change this? Are they going to fix the?
Well,
problem?
there's already an initiative on the state level to break up the board or to break up the school districts. So there's already something going with that. I mean, this is all part of that. The corruption is so freaking bad. But apparently, Jara's done this in other places, in other parts of the country, like in Florida. I've heard that's where he came from prior to 2013, apparently. According to James's investigation and other stuff I've been able to corroborate independently through other sources that live there.
So
he just came here, started doing the same shit all over again.
Yeah, different.
Now he's just another freaking parasite. In our shit. Motherfucker, dude. This motherfucker needs to be put behind bars, dude. This is some bullshit. Look, he's taking advantage of all that fucking grant money and taking it from the kids that need it.
I have a question. So do they have like a follow-up, whatever, to see if anything has changed with,
Well, here's the problem with this whole situation, Jaclyn. He's got 4 of the 7 board members in his pocket, is what it is.
Oh, never mind.
Because he had got fired last October, because he got called out and exposed, and most board wanted him gone. So he got fired, but then he came back with the hostile work lawsuit, some bullshit lawsuit, claiming some bullshit, and then he he ended up blackmailing his way back on the board and was buying out the freaking. It's obvious because the money's just come on.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. They're not really even hiding it. And so basically what happened was, at the beginning, Lola was apparently was against having him on board. Like she was part of the team, wanted to vote out. And then all of a sudden, when he came after he got fired, he bought his way back on the board. All of a sudden, like the next meeting, he was back again. And apparently everybody had flipped their freaking vote or flipped their freaking their opinion on it. And I was like, what the fuck? It was really weird. And my buddy had been fighting it since then, and then finally me and him went and covered it like recently, like in May. I think it was more like June or July, and we exposed some more of their stuff and cost them some like $28 million grant money.
Wow.
And then what else do we do? We've been putting an eye on them for putting them in the hospital, make sure they know we're watching and covering it, because they even got Channel 8 News in their freaking pocket, folks.
Of course they do.
That vacant position on that list of raises to people on the employed by the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. The unvacant one, that was Channel 8. That goes to Channel 8, but that's who it's going to. And I've seen them there. There was nobody there that first day on the 29th when I was covering that. Not a single news station.
Yeah, it was the media that like really first stabbed the people in the back.
Yeah.
Yep, they're whores. Whoever has the most money.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Well,
they sold us out. The legacy
person.
media sold us out.
Well, all of it is owned by one person.
It is. It's all been monopolized, by a small group of individuals.
Yeah.
Isn't it illegal to do that anyway?
It is, but look at, isn't it illegal to do what they're doing to the kids? I mean, they're still doing it and getting away with it, right?
Like I said,
they're all in on it. I mean, why is that being allowed too? Like, obviously they're not following the law. They're just they're breaking the law and trying to get away with everything they're doing and using their positions to cover up their crimes. Is what
right.
It is.
And when you got everyone involved and nobody, you got so many people complacent to what things are doing, like how things are, and they don't even know who they are. Like, one of the main problems going on here is people don't know who or what they are. Like, they have no clue.
Yeah.
If people would stop and take the time to figure out what they are, a lot of this would end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're always welcome on our podcast, Jaclyn. We'd love to have you all anytime you want to come on. We appreciate having you.
You know what they say: the best slaves are the slaves that don't know they're slaves.
That's true. The situation we got ourselves in here too, and in this country is kind of like that. It's kind of like it's a prison of the mind, because we don't really realize, for the longest time we've been tricked, and we didn't really, we don't realize we haven't realized that we're in a false. Because it's not. If you think about it, it's all been they've all done it through the media and everything else. So it's like been an illusion.
It's all been lies.
It's all mind control and engineered narratives to control.
Lies.
None of it's true. It's like where do you go from there?
None of it's true.
Right.
Nothing.
So where do you go from there? We can't exactly believe it. Why should we trust them? We shouldn't.
But besides that, I was saying, how are we technically free as people in the United States?
We're not. We've been tricked into thinking that we were, and that's part of the problem, because we didn't know all this shit. This shit wasn't always out in the open.
So we think this prison we're in is freedom, and it's not.
Because there's so much of this corruption, and there's so much of us that are being affected by the shit that this small group of people in power are doing. Because they don't look at us as equals. They think that they look at us like they think they're better than us.
We're like the shit on their shoes. That's what they think.
Mm-hmm. And that's part of the problem.
Like, we're less than something. I can't stand people like that.
Oh my God, dude, it's horrible. They've completely lost touch with empathy and their higher source or their soul.
But ain't nobody better than nobody, because we're all connected and we all go back to the same fucking source. So how can anybody be better than anybody? We're not.
Nobody's better than anybody. We're all
race.
reflections of source. We're all fractals of source, basically, experiencing reality in third density, basically.
Right. We're unique, right? So we all go back to the same thing. Like, nobody's better than anybody, because we are all one of the same.
Exactly.
It's not about white or black. We are one race, human race. And the
human
people,
race, yes.
The things that are doing this are not human, because why would humans try to end humanity?
Think about it, folks. They want to get rid of all carbon emissions. Don't you know we're carbon-based life forms?
What's funny?
It's ridiculous that they're even trying to that people even buy into that shit.
Or they think they can keep pushing that shit.
What's funny that you mentioned that we're all created equal, that we're all like pretty much the same, is that if you think about it, white and black people are the same. Everybody has melanin in them. Melanin in them. Just depends on how the levels are. So if you think about it, everybody's technically black.
It don't really matter. It doesn't really matter anyway, because it's not about outside. It's about who your character and your being your word and how you act, not what you say. And and we should always judge everybody on a case by case basis based on that and nothing else.
But you're right, because it wasn't blacks that we were coming over on boats and being trafficked as slaves.
There was all the races were being
you don't see
slaves.
Black people, it's white people. So think about that for a minute. It was white people on the boats, not black people.
They're the ones
that's how much they have lied and twisted your history on you.
Well, there were slaves of all races, throughout history, but they don't ever tell you about the ones like the other ones. They just want to focus on the ones.
They weren't bringing boatloads of black people. They were bringing boatloads of Irishmen, German men.
They were doing that too. Yeah, definitely.
White people here, not black people.
Yeah, anybody
lied. That is part of their lie to keep us segregated and to try to keep some white.
Well, yeah, they want to keep us divided, and that's the whole point. We need to be mindful of keep that in mind so that we don't allow them to trigger us to do that.
Where I live in Missouri, this was Moors here, the Moor people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
they were not white people.
Well, you think about it, every ethnicity has their group of slaves, because slaves is just pretty much another word for people that aren't of high standard. And
we're slaves to debt, you guys. If you think about
John said the other day talking about that, and you're right, every class of civilization did have a slave, and he said if you had one without slaves, you had a conquered civilization. That civilization would get conquered.
Yeah, of course.
What was it?
Didn't have any sort of slave.
I think
I haven't talked about it, but that I don't quite understand it yet. But
I don't either. That doesn't make sense to me.
That's what he was saying. And
why are they calling black people black? Right. To make them feel bad about themselves?
They're individuals.
They're not like brown people are not black. They're brown.
Right.
Oh, but wait, it is Jonathan.
I hate how the general media and how most people they like to categorize and to try to conceptualize and put everybody in a category and box, and it's just not in reality. It's like it just stirs so much division that it's just unnecessary.
It's
just all these socially constructed terms, like even gender, is what's like pissing people off and everything, and that's why we're fighting with one another.
Right.
Oh, and I hate when this family court shit, when they do those father rights groups and the mom.
God.
I hate that shit.
Oh, I bet. Because it's been infiltrated by the AFCC.
Wait.
If you're female or male, whoever they can get, whoever they choose, they're going to get. Whoever's got the little straw out of the stick, you know what I mean? That's who gets the screwed in. And they don't care that you could be a chimpanzee and they would still do the same thing. They don't care because it's not about
against each other
at all.
Yeah.
It really isn't, because they will throw you in the pit. They will pull you out of the pit. They don't care because they want to make money off both sides of that coin.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're playing both sides. They don't care about either side. They're playing both sides of what it is.
It don't matter if you're white, black, female, male. None of that matters. It really doesn't. And as soon as people start realizing that and get through that, let that, transmute that.
It's funny.
That you can come together without that division.
Right. Can I tell a quick story? I went to the grocery store the other day, and this confirms what we're talking about, like what we're touching on right now. And I was in line I was picking up some medical gloves for because we needed more for my mom, because I want to take care of her and stuff, and then I had to get some paper towels too, so I went and got those. And I was in line at the checkout, and this older black lady behind me, and this like maybe like looked like he was 20 years younger than she was. But he was like, I don't know what color he was or what race. I wasn't really paying attention. They were behind me, but I heard them arguing, and she was tripping. Like I don't know. She must have been going through some sort of psychosis, or maybe even an episode of nervous breakdown, because she was like, "I'm an American," and then she blurted out, "Biden stole the election. He's just gonna do it again." Like she was tripping, dude. I was like, "Whoa, damn!" I was like, "Oh shit! I better get out of here before I get caught up in that drama." I'm not even trying to get caught up in an argument like that between two people. Shit. But but like that tells you a lot with where people are at, regardless of race. You know what I'm saying?
Did you ever realize that everything is going backwards? Honestly, with gender, with everything, all these laws.
What these bastards do, what these evil motherfuckers that are colluding, like the ones at the top that are pulling all this, making all this shit, fucking allowing it to happen, like because they're part of it. They're freaking they love to invert reality, so they always project to their enemy whatever they're actually doing.
Yeah.
And that's what we got going on here. They're ultimate narcissists, fucking straight demons.
Well, they cause like stuff to happen. I don't know what the term
They
was.
do it on purpose. They think they're better than us. That's what it is. They don't think of us as equals.
She used a term the other day. I don't know if you know, because in journalism, that was it white flagging, that they talk about something else. So
White flagging? Like, what does that mean?
She was describing it as like you're talking about something else. Okay, take COVID for instance. COVID, and then there's something else that's going on that's more important than COVID and more disastrous.
So they white flag it, so they get more reporting on it.
Well, they take your attention away from the other stuff that's more destructive.
Yeah, distraction.
The media does that.
Misdirection. Misdirection is the term.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they call it misdirection when you do that. That's the technical term for doing that is misdirection. But yeah, they do that a lot.
Too.
But yeah, I get what you're saying though. I've never heard it put quite like that, but I thinking about it, I get where the analogy is coming from. I can see that. It makes sense because you're throwing up false white flags, right? Like false signals, basically, is what that implies, doesn't it?
Like false allies.
Yep.
I think everything is like that nowadays.
It is. Holy crap! It's so bad, isn't it? Oh man, it's horrible.
Be careful.
That's why we've had to fight it. Like that's why like a lot of us have come together to like fight this. Like what we're doing with the podcasting, trying to get this message out, folks. You know, this is come about as a result of people that have actually had gone through this had been experienced this corruption and had their kids taken unlawfully. So just that's the power of fucking what with this movement, and people this is all organic grassroots. All these people here have to fight for is the cause because they're passionate about it, because they've all lost everything and have nothing left to lose. They're willing to speak out, and so like this is a huge movement, and people need to this is something that everybody's been affected by, regardless of race. They're doing this to everybody, especially low-income families, especially the low-income families, the ones that are the most vulnerable, and the ones that are already in the system too. Those are the ones they target the most.
Do you remember it this bad? Like, okay, back in the 90s or so, in the 80s, I don't remember CPS this bad. CPS was involved when it was really bad in the household. Like they were actually beating kids and starving them. I don't remember people calling over, oh yeah, there's messy dishes in the sink, or there's this, that, or people were able to call, or able to call because they were malicious. I've never heard of a malicious phone call back then like that.
Not like you hear it now. No, you're right.
Yeah. So it's like all of a sudden, like prior to my case, I don't know if it's just because I was just not thinking about it, but I've never heard so many CPS stories ever in my life until now, until the last maybe about 5-6 years.
Yeah, I know it's become rampant, really bad too.
Unless people are not afraid to come out now.
Well, they've pretty much taken everybody, like they've had time to go through like all the time that people have been silent. Like think about that. That's enough time for them to come and take like the tactic they've used, like they were talking about with Crystal was talking about, where they come and take one kid, the first kid, and then they use that first kid as justification for the next kid, and then the next kid, and then until they take them all. And for the life, if they do it all like that way and they spread it out, yeah, of course, by the time they're fucking now. Most people have lost all their kids and are fucking at the point where they're like, well, fuck, I got nothing left to lose. I might as well speak out.
Well, that's what they try to do with my 2 kids, was that, my son was born down here. So New York, once they found out about Jackson, that they called immediately down here to have him taken away. And they pretty much told New York, go F yourself. We already investigated because we knew about you guys. And he's not going anywhere out of that household. And I'm very surprised CPS of any kind would say that about me,
Right.
But I mean, there's nothing going on here anyway.
Right. It's just like, no, they're like manufacturing, documents for fraudulent filings and shit, like all sorts of shit. They're like they're not even hiding it. It's really bad. Like in Angie's case, they're doing a lot of fraudulent. They've done some documents, but also like off the books, freaking star chambering and shit. Nothing on the docket. Like it's really they're doing some really shady shit that even like you would never imagine in a million years anybody would experience, but yet they're doing
and it's blatant too.
Yeah, they're not even hiding it. They're like doing it right in your face. Like they're flaunting it.
Like my judge terminated my rights. She more or less said at the end, you know what, Ms. Perkins, you did everything that was asked, and you did more than what was asked, and I commend you for everything. But the word she used, it haunts me to this day, is it still was not good enough.
Wow, yeah, because that's what they do. They make you jump through all these hoops. And only to keep because it's already been a fixed decision. They're not ever going to give you kids back to begin with, but they do all this, so they keep putting trauma through you. That's what they do. But for them to
say that, and it's on the record, that goes to show that you don't give a fuck. You're protected by that immunity,
right?
But not unless it's a criminalistic.
Well, they're acting under color of law, so all their immunity is already fucking gone anyways, because they're not actual legitimate court system, because they're racketeering, they're case fixing, and they're racketeering the grant money. The Title IV funding. That's what they're racketeering, and to get the more kids they have in the system, the more money they make, the more grant money they get given. And so there's incentives for them to have more kids in the system, folks. That's what people need to realize. There's incentives. There's incentivized. They've incentivized the grant money for them to do that, and it's made it to where greed has become their primary motivation, folks. And now it's just become a huge racketeering scheme, and it's gotten so bad. It's like, it seems like we're experiencing it not only here all over in the country, but in other countries too, like the UK. We've interviewed a lady by the name of Lola, like not too long ago, out of the UK, and I've heard we have other upcoming guests in the near future that will be out of there as well, going to be speaking out on this issue. Jen's lined that up for us, but this is a global issue, folks, and people need to realize that. The global trafficking ring, it really is. And CPS and all, the coyotes, all the freaking, and the cartels, they're all freaking working together on it. Why the hell do you think they wanted the borders open? Because they can get all that illegal traffic through.
Well, speaking of borders, okay, look what governor or whatever Abbott's doing. He's blatantly trafficking people from right in his state, New York and DC. How is he not being?
But look at Governor Pearson's out of Missouri, right, Angie?
Yeah.
Dottie, you're muted.
Yeah, 2,000 kids missing. He owns an adoption company. Yeah, it's
what's his name?
Parson, Governor Parson.
And you ever realize that they all own what is it called, real estate?
And then out here in Vegas, we got the school boards, the superintendent and his little crew racketeering the sped money, and then we got money connections to the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, which just so happens that the governor's board of the governor's board who's responsible for oversight of that very organization is also the number 2 investor of that organization.
What is it called?
Conflict of interest. So that connects all the way up to Governor Sisolak of Nevada, folks. Keep that in mind. So that's the kind of where the connection, and then all the way up to the Las Vegas justice system, the Nevada State Bar, and even the CPS system out here. That's kind of like the dynamic of the, and even the racketeering triad that's going on out here a little bit, just to give you guys context. But that's what we got going on out here. So we got that going on out here. What's going on out in Missouri, going on out there with all that corruption, which is a big place of corruption. I mean, it's huge. It's probably more than out there, but one of the biggest places. Then we got
California,
the corruption out of Florida, also California, huge out of California, and a bunch of other critical places. But we're seeing this really, really bad in a lot of places, folks. And it's coming to a crux because it's so bad, because people are just not now. It's to a point where people are really speaking out and just tired because their rights have just been completely trampled upon, folks. They can do this to these women. They can do this to anybody.
I realized just right now while you're speaking, like all the different places that if you think about it, they're usually those cities are major cities for ports for distributing like different goods and stuff. And in this case, that's a major trafficking system right there to like take these kids and go and never hear from them again. You know what I'm saying? I just realized that, right?
Absolutely.
Boston and everything like that. Like, oh God.
Here, I got food for thought. You know how Putin's got a submarine missing?
Yeah, I heard something about that. Yeah.
Yeah. What if that bastard comes up the Mississippi River? That's what I was
Oh, that would be interesting. It'd be like,
show up
whoa,
in St. Louis, man.
that'd be a trip, wouldn't it? I'd be
I'm
like,
like,
what
that stuff's gonna show up here in town.
Right. We all live in a yellow submarine. A yellow submarine. A yellow submarine. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
That would be crazy, man. I don't know. I just was thinking stupid. Anyway, be like, Putin, what are you doing?
Imagine if it wasn't Putin that started this whole shit.
It wasn't Putin. Putin's a good guy. He's gonna do some good things.
No, dude, what's going on is they're covering up the money laundering that's going on in the Ukraine, but with this false war. And if you've ever seen the movie Wag the Dog, folks, you need to look at it if you haven't seen it, because but they're using the same exact tactic that they had in that movie, except in the case of reality, they're covering up the laundering and the trafficking going on through Ukraine. But in the movie, they're covering up an affair the president's having. But that's the dynamic. But they're using the same exact it's verbatim. It's like they took it right out of the freaking movie, and it's obvious too, folks. If you look at all some of the footage the media has put out of that, and then also the NBCP briefing documents, which collaborate the Rosemont Seneca board members, and the timeline lines up with those drops. So we confirmed that on one of our episodes. So just keep that in mind, folks. Keep in mind the context here. I think that's what's going on based on what we've seen and what I believe is going on based on the evidence that I've covered. But it's interesting. But I think we should need to be mindful, because I think a lot of people get triggered by just the images and stuff. And people, they don't realize they're being that it's a manipulation either. You know,
they're being doctored. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're being doctored. Probably
and people need to be aware of that, because you know, the Operation Mockingbird never ceased to be in effect. You know, we have proof that, according to a U.S. Senate Intelligence Committee hearing briefing from 1996, titled "The CIA's Use of Intelligence Operatives in Clergy and Media Correspondence," something to that effect. So basically, and that was dated 1996. So it was a brief on that, what was going on at the current time at that. So they were still doing it as recent as then. They were doing it then, you can guarantee they're doing it now, folks. And they're not even hiding it anymore. It's pretty freaking obvious. But I think the good news is the vast majority of people have woken up to that fact. And like, that's kind of why, like, I think platforms like ours and then other alternative news sources that are doing the same kind of work, you know, putting out real news, are blowing up and getting so big, because people, you know, the masses are realizing. I mean, look, a couple months back, the mainstream reported that their ratings go 11-13%. That tells you everything you need to know. And then the fact that our shit, we can confirm that from our end, because we're getting all the traffic, all the excess traffic now. I mean, look how fast our shit's growing, Dottie. Did you ever imagine like 6 months ago we'd be at 22K? We're fast approaching 22K.
No.
I can't believe we got that many in a whole year. That's amazing. I'm ecstatic about that. Yeah, 22K. I'm like, holy shit.
That's good, right?
That's really good. That's huge growth. That's exponential growth. Like, we went from hitting 10K to about 10K
like
about April. It's about late April to surpassing 20K a month ago.
Yeah, something like that. But we started with none. Yeah,
pretty much. Yep. I mean, it's just taken off.
Though, huh? Yeah.
It's great though. I mean, I love doing the work though. I think it needs to be done. You know, somebody's got to do it.
Like I said, whenever you guys need help with anything, I'm here.
Yeah, definitely, Jeff. Definitely, Jaclyn. Appreciate it. We love to have you on anytime. I'm glad you reached out, because I was wanting to get you back on the show a while back, but we could never get anything.
I fell down really hard after they took Lexi.
I could tell you were kind of like going through.
I know. I get that.
Everybody wanted to know where the hell I was, and like, I wasn't doing no more advocating or nothing. I was just mad at the world at the same time.
Right.
But I'm back.
Guess who's back again, Jaclyn, Lynn. Tell your friends.
Get this
Sorry, I
back.
couldn't resist. I had to do that. I thought I thought that you guys would get a kick out of that. I couldn't. It was just spur of the moment. It happened to rhyme, so I was like, I couldn't resist.
Oh my god. That's hysterical. But yeah.
Oh man. Anyways, it was a great show, you guys. We did a good 4 hour and 30-minute show, about 4 hours. But, yeah, it was great.
You are been, Jaclyn.
We did a great show tonight, you guys. I'm proud of the show we put together tonight.
Oh, I can't
we
wait
covered a lot of ground.
to tell you about this whole trial next week.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're gonna have her back on next week, and we're gonna also have Amber back on then because she had to go. She had to take off early because she has to get up tomorrow. Early, 4 a.m. So I told her, don't worry about it. We'll just reschedule for next week. So we're gonna have her on as well. We'll have some more guests as well too, and then we'll be talking about stuff related to this. We'll have you more updates for you guys on the ACSDs. Probably, I don't know when is the next school board meeting. I think it might be the 27th. I'm not sure. It might be this. I have to go double check, but they're definitely coming up on the 27th. I know. Anyway, we'll be covering that school board issue as well every time there's a board meeting, folks. So we're going to be covering that live to cover it. So we have an independent record of the events, and I just got a full-size tripod, so I'm going to be setting up close to the side where the other news crews normally set up and stuff, and we're going to get good shots of every board meeting, folks. And I want to make sure that everybody that's doing a public comment, if you don't feel like you're being heard there, because we know they're silencing a lot of people, it's cutting people's mics, blocking the public from being seen when they're speaking on their video feed, and then disabling comments on their feed too as well. We want to hear from you, and we'll give you 10-15 minute segment, maybe longer. We would love to hear from you and hear your grievances. We want to get your story out there, help you air your grievances and not be censored. So we're inviting you to do that as we stated at the end of that article. So we're going to be covering that because somebody needs to do it, and so we will. We can't be bought out. So anyways, I'm looking forward to exposing the rest of these bastards that are colluding at the school boards, and seeing them go behind bars eventually, and then taking these bastards down. Get some real people that'll fight for the community.
I can stand behind that.
Yep, me too.
I can get down with that shit.
That's we're shooting for nothing less than that, folks. So take the bull by the horns, full charge, motherfuckers.
All right.
Get them. Let's fucking get them. We're never gonna stop. We all got a personal stake in this fight. All of us, from one angle or another. In my case, my mom, what happened with my mom because of the.
I definitely can't stop fighting because
I never will.
In the medical records of Delilah's, when they sent her to the hospital, they stated in there that she said, "My mom will never stop fighting for me."
Yep.
So
because she knows you won't.
She knows.
She knows you won't. Yep.
So I can never stop fighting. Not that I would.
Right. Yeah. Of course
but I definitely can't.
Right. Definitely not. Never give up. Never give in.
Yeah, no, she did. She said, "My mom will never stop fighting for me."
Because she knows.
Yeah, she knows what's up.
Mm-hmm. She knows the kind of person you are.
Yeah.
And we all have that in common a lot, in a lot of ways. We're all fighters, and we're all pushing forward. I'm really proud of this. How far not only the Sacred Lovisa podcast has come, but how far because I started doing the first episodes of Tips, Techniques, and Survival Traits in December of 2021. So it's been 10 months. It's coming up on all year soon. I'm like, damn, I can't believe we've been doing this. I've been doing the video podcasting kind of work that long. And then I've been doing the Sacred or the Heatherly Warriors or this issue, particularly the CPS family court corruption issue since February. Was it January?
January 1st was when we did that interview together.
Oh, that's right. Well, yeah, but when I took over took
the lead
as Heatherly Warriors, that was a little bit later.
That's when it started, was January.
Yeah, you're right, because we did that January 1st interview, that New Year's interview I did on your story. That was the first hour show we had. Yeah. Yep.
I mean, it was really shortly after that we started working together.
Yep. I remember that.
Almost a year.
So almost a year, yeah. Been going along. We've come a long way.
we just trucking at it, aren't we?
We're just like boom, trucking along, dude. Like full speed ahead, like a Mack truck.
I
or bullet train.
Some result of something.
You can't stop us now.
I just want to save like one kid. Just let me do that and I'll feel better.
Right?
Hey,
If
where's
it's not-
Jenna?
If it's not my own kid, just let me save a kid.
You still here?
She's here. Maybe she fell asleep. I don't know. Jen, unmute yourself. Oh, did Jaclyn I could jump off? She must have fell asleep. Like,
Yeah.
off.
Oh,
Oh,
she just said something. Wait, she said, tell Steven, check his DM and my computer died. Yep, it died.
okay. All right. Tell her I will.
Jess,
No
you
worries.
gotta let me know what you think of that movie.
Yeah, I will.
I'm actually trying to link it to the website right now.
All right, guys. Are we about ready? We should probably wrap it up because
Okay.
we're about
Okay.
30 minutes in. So let's wrap up the show. It was a great show tonight, you guys. Oh, I'm really proud of it.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you everybody for watching, and I'm gonna just play the bonfire outro, and then we'll wrap it up real quick. Hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta bring it up here. All right. Let me share my screen. There we go.
the government. It loves you and wants to keep you safe and well. It even wants to make paying taxes, fines, and court costs easier for you. How? Well, you'll need to meet your straw man. He was born the same day you were. He looks like you, has the same name, and lives in your house, but you never knew he existed. You will have even paid his parking tickets or taxes. The worst part? He's been dead from day one. From every birth certificate, a legal personality, or legal fiction, is created with the same name to confuse little old you into thinking it's you. So, there is a human you and a paper you, or as it's commonly known, a straw man. So when it seems like government officials, court clerks, or the police are speaking English, they aren't. They're speaking legalese, designed to make you agree to verbal and written contracts without even knowing about it, all spun from Black's Law Dictionary. For example, when the police say, "Do you understand?" you'll say, "Yes." What they'll really say is, "Do you stand under our authority?" Oops-a-daisy, you just created a verbal contract with them. Oh, you clever government. Did you know that whenever you register something, you are handing over title to the person you register it with? That's right. Whenever you register something with the government, they assume it belongs to them. Registered your car? Super! Now you are the registered keeper of your vehicle, and the government can crush it when you don't pay your, straw man's taxes. Expecting a new bundle of joy? Well, then you need to register your little darling with a birth certificate. Then they can start the process all over again and create a new straw man for your little one. Isn't that great? So when Junior grows up, he'll be able to generate revenue just like you have. When you notify on your baby by signing the birth certificate, your child becomes a ward of state. And if the government doesn't like what you're doing, they'll assume it's okay to take the child away or make new rules for things they don't like. Not enough school? Smacking your child? Shouting too loudly? Then it's off to social services for the little one. When you get a bill, it's sent to you but belongs to your straw man, not you. That's why bills, fines, and summons start with Mr., Mrs., or Ms. Sometimes you'll see your surname in capitals, just like on a gravestone. That's because your straw man is dead and just a silly piece of paper, created before you could comprehend or even consent to it. When you go to court, you represent your straw man, so you, the human, take on any costs, fees, taxes, and fines involved for the straw man. The human you doesn't even need to pay them. But you made a contract with the court by appearing on behalf of your legal personality or straw man, just like the government knew you would. Confused? Well, don't worry. The government doesn't want you to know anyway. If you knew, you'd stop paying things like council tax and parking tickets. Because when you go to court, you are representing your straw man. You are you, alive and made of flesh and blood. Your straw man, or legal personality, is a piece of paper created from your birth certificate. And you think it's you. What a silly Billy. Would you like to know more? Well, then go over to tpuc.org. Get up, get informed, and get real.
Briefly before we wrap it up, I just wanted to, for context, I just wanted to say I want to make a very clear distinction for everybody and all our viewers and all future viewers. Now, I wanted people to understand you got to understand how your enemy operates, right? They've used the legalese, kind of deal. They do operate like that. That's what we're seeing here clearly. Now, what we are finding is that we need to navigate that in such a way that we beat them at their own game, meaning we have to get familiar with law and how to beat them at their own game. But how do you do that when you're in a system of corruption of such sorts? Natural law is the direction we're hinting at, that we're actually finding is as seeming to be the best solution, because it's based, it's what U.S. common law or constitutional law was based on in the first place, folks. When we went over those 28 principles on that one at the end of that one episode a couple weeks back, it's important to know you'll probably recognize some of those from the Constitution, the Magna Carta, and of course, common law comes from that as well. So I do want to make that distinction for any future, so everybody can understand clearly where the direction we're heading. And I think it's important to make that distinction, but I also think people need to know how the other side thinks and operates. And that whole straw man is kind of that's how they like to operate. They think of it like that. That's kind of like the distinction. You have to think on their level, and you have to know legalese to be able to fight them. But you got to do it. You got to do it within, you can't just, you're only going to compound the situation if you go the other route, the route that they're trying to smear some people as. I'm not going to say it, but anyways, good night, everybody. I wanted to make that distinction. I hope that makes a clear distinction for our viewers. What do you think, Dottie? I hope that did it justice.
Yes, Dottie? I think so. I believe so. Yes.
All right, cool. I just want to make sure we made that very clear. All right. Good night, everybody. Have a great night. We'll see you guys next Sunday.